Alright, so we're live. Alright, so hi, my name is Wyatt, and this is Narigo.
Hello.
I'm going to be running Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. The category is actually beginner all ass, which means all apps and silhouettes Sephiroth. All apps, silhouettes, and Sephiroth. It's kind of an interesting category that... Were you one of the ones who came up with it, or...
No, it's like purely Riz.
I think it was definitely Riz, but it's an interesting category, and we're going to be fighting all 5 app silhouettes, and then Sephiroth to round it off. I talk very fast. Alright, I'll slow it down. Yeah, so this was originally a PS2 game. I'm actually running it on the PS5. This is the PS4 version, but I'm running it on the PS5.
Does that mean it's faster?
There's yeah, the PS5 is slightly faster. Audio sounds weird, what? My bitrate is like 3K. Is there like an echo or something? Yeah, that may be an issue on the restreamer side. Sorry, I'm trying to restreamer. Okay.
Good marathon procedure.
Alright, let's see.
Sounds back. All right, are we good? It's fixed. All right. Through magic. You're gonna see a lot of magic throughout this run, I can tell you that. You don't even know you did. Alright. Well, we're back. Cool. Alright, so like I was saying, this is beginner all ass, all apps and silhouettes in Sephiroth. And this is my co-commentator Narigo.
Hello.
Alright, so are we good to go? Should I just count down from 3 or something like that? Yeah? Alrighty. What's up, Thor? How's it going, bro? Alright, so 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so the first cutscene skip is about 6 seconds in. It's actually slightly earlier on PS5, but I don't know where it is. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I remember the frame count at one point. I counted it.
Alright, so this is Rox's section. This is basically the tutorial. And right now it's just going to basically be showing me how to do everything. I'm going to prioritize offense, like it says right there. We're just going to focus on... Basically, our strength is very important throughout the entire run. And here I'm going to combo Cypher in a very specific way to actually manipulate the RNG for the next fight. And I whipped. So my RNG is all screwed up.
Oh,
Alright, we'll see what the dust gives me. But normally this dust gives you a set pattern. And now I just kind of have to react to what he does. But I had to do 10 hits on him to advance. And normally he'd do like a little upside down walk and you can get all the hits in. But we'll see what he does. Alright, so basically I just kind of spammed the RC to keep him still. There was really nothing else I could do there. And here I'm going to do 2 hits and then a full combo. Because I don't want my finisher to knock him away from me. And another thing, I'm going to be using air combos like most of the time. Because air combos are a lot faster than ground combos. Later on, we get some combo modifiers that make ground combos pretty powerful. This is mail delivery. Narigo, you want to explain mail delivery?
Oh yeah, dude. So you're gonna jump and then hit the reaction command, and the reason you do this is because it skips an animation of Roxas just not being able to jump or really move at all. And it just skips that. So by doing that, you're able to deliver the mail faster. And usually you want to see just under 7 seconds or near that. Do you do this menu here? Oh god.
Yeah, because I can't open the menu after this, or else it'll open the tutorial. But right there, I flipped the camera because it's inverted by default on this version of the game, and then I turned off summon animations. And the only reason I did it right there is because that's the only time I can do a menu in Roxas section without getting like a 5-second tutorial.
You
And
get
I
it
want
eventually anyways.
So you completely skip it.
No, you get it when you put on guard. Oh, do you not?
I don't open the menu again in Roxas section. Yeah.
Oh right, you guys don't put it on the metal anymore or whatever.
Alright, and then somehow that dusk ended up giving me the correct RNG. So that's cool. Yeah, we're just gonna be collecting some ass for you guys. That's all I'm here for. That was interesting. But it ended up working out.
Yeah, so a lot of your time lost in Roxas World is gonna actually come from just the Dusk fights. Like, if they dodge you or they hit you, like, you're losing a few seconds every time. So it's just, that adds up. And that could be the difference between a good world or a bad world.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm walking to the first boss fight. Twilight Thorn.
I got trolled because you didn't pick up the chest. Watching too much rando.
Oh yeah. Forgot
Like,
about that.
You forgot about the chest?
Yeah, definitely not gonna be grabbing every single thing. Alright, I'm gonna use this potion because I don't want it in my inventory. We want that out of there. And this is the first boss. We're gonna have some big fancy reaction commands that we gotta hit triangle for.
Hey, don't underestimate those. You can lose time on them.
If I don't mash triangle hard enough, I'm gonna lose frames.
I've actually seen it where you can lose like 2 frames. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, so yeah, this run was originally supposed to be a Kingdom Hearts 1 run, but some stuff happened, and I wasn't really able to prepare for that, and I also didn't want to play that game.
Oh, that's a good excuse.
This category is a good category as well. So.
Well, let's talk about where this category came from. So you have any percent, which is beat the game as fast as possible, which is, I mean, depending on how good you are, just under 3 hours. Then you have all worlds, where you do Pride Lands, Atlantica, and then you finish worlds like Space Paranoids 2, Halloween Town 2, which are normally optional. And that adds, what, 40 minutes on PS4?
About that. Yeah, probably a little into that, yeah.
But so the next longest category that we have is like JJ. So and that's what, like 10 hours or something?
It's about 9
It's
hours.
9, okay.
Yeah, Logic got
so-
that down pretty low.
Yeah, but it's just one of those where you go from around 340 to 4 hours to 9 hours, and there isn't much in between there. And I think at the time, Terizzle was doing a run for RPG Limit Break, and he wanted a slightly longer category with incentives.
Alright, so we're kind of going to do this right now, because he kind of did whatever he wanted at the start.
Crit strat? So yeah, he came up with the idea of adding the absent silhouettes and fighting Sephiroth to extend the category a little longer without making it. And that's how we got to this, and the name just happened to be ASS.
So he's kind of just wasting a bunch of time because he can. Could have been a little worse, but that's not what we want. He's supposed to do a double swing at the start, and he just did a single swing and walked away. So it was just kind of whatever he wanted to do at that point. But let's hope I can nail this VD strat. That's what we're hoping for. Nope. Alright, so I should be able to single hit him till the end. He should
Is
be.
that how you guard? You just swing into it?
Well, now he's at 1 health, so he can't retaliate, but.
So the interesting thing about these struggle fights is we can't see the HP bar because we don't have scan, but we know exactly where VV's HP is if you count your hits. And when he gets to 1 HP, he won't retaliate at all, as long as you don't do a finisher on him or knock him out. So there you can see that Wyatt just kept single hitting him until he got all the orbs out, so that VV couldn't take any back and knock him around.
Yeah, so all in all, I recovered those kind of somewhat well. When VV goes wrong, it's pretty easy to get a 0, so the fact that I got an 18 there, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, VV will fly around the map, and his baton will get really big, and he just hits you a lot. And if you don't have guard or aerial recovery, because you don't do a menu, it actually is pretty rough.
Alright, and then guardless Axel. Yeah, you just kind of walk out of the way of his attack.
So when did you stop equipping guard? Because that was what, within the last few months, right?
It was last year sometime.
Was it last year?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't go for the double hit?
Double hit, what?
Wasn't there a thing where if you fall a certain way, Cypher or Sensor will immediately attack you again?
Maybe there's a strat that I don't know.
Like, you would hit him, but you would put your momentum to go forward, so you would land behind him, and he would instantly turn around and hit you again.
I don't know that strat.
I've seen it.
Alright, so we die to Setzer because he gives us a medal, which gives us 1 strength. And that's way more important than...
You don't even equip it.
When you equip it after Roxas section.
I know, but you don't equip it here.
Yeah, no, we're not going to equip it just yet.
So the reason we used to equip that is because we used to do Shadow Roxas, but now they just do air combos and keep him in the corner. And that's faster.
So it's kind of hard, though.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even get 1 combo off, let alone 2. Let alone 6.
Yeah, you gotta do 6 air combos on Shadow Roxas, and a single air combo with Shadow Roxas as Roxas is already a challenge.
So the easy thing about hitting Dusks is they're usually fairly tall, so your Keyblade will hit, but Shadow Roxas is the same exact height as Roxas, and he's also crouched down. So like actually hitting him with your Keyblade can get kind of hard because Roxas likes to jump pretty high. And it's always the second hit. It's always
the second hit you gotta like time it correctly. It's super weird.
So what he's doing right now is just clearing the 7 challenges, which are 7 anomalies in the world. And they're basically kind of like mini games. Not really. This fight can actually be pretty punishing if you whiff a lot or get hit, because you don't have aerial recovery, so it takes you extra long to...
They spawn in a very good they spawn in a very good way though, so it was pretty quick. Alright, now it's time for Shadow Roxas. This is where my air combos have to be on point. Alright. That works.
That works. The beginning was kind of random, but...
Yeah, I guess I was like frames too slow on that jump. But I was able to, at least I was able to do all 5 combos.
Yeah, so Shadow Roxas can have 2 openings there. Depending on which one you get, will actually change the angle you'll hit him with your finisher sometimes. If you don't position correctly, he'll not go in the corner. And then that gets really rough, because...
Yeah, there's a lot of reacting going on.
This is a mini game where you mash triangle, but if you mash it too hard, you crash. Actually, we haven't tested if you crash on PS5. Huh?
No, we don't know. Yeah, I assume you can.
But no one's actually like had it happen, because it's fairly easy to avoid if you're paying attention. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is an infamous crash where don't mash triangle.
Pretty much. Okay, now we just have to kind of walk for a bit. The last wonder is well, actually I think there's 2 left. The train up here is technically 1 or whatever, and then the last one's the mansion. So we have to walk all the way over to the mansion. Alright, we're gonna take the skateboard, because the skateboard's quick.
Could you imagine Roxas World without skateboards?
Oh, if there was no skateboards, we had to walk all this way. Oh.
So Roxas World casually will like actually take you like what, nearly an hour. But in the speed run, we do it in like 20... How? 16?
16
20?
minutes?
16
minutes? Under 16
yeah.
sometimes?
It was 20 on like PS3, sorry.
Yeah, it was slow on PS3.
But yeah, you do it in like nearly 16 seconds. Or 16 minutes.
16 seconds, I wish.
Yeah. So it's like a lot of people complain about Roxas World casually, but it's like honestly not that bad. Like it's not that much longer than other worlds when you put them together.
There's just a little bit of RNG, like struggles and stuff, but
yeah,
that was interesting. Alright, so these guys I'm just gonna do air combos again, and then this assassin's gonna spawn. I'm gonna jump, dodge his attack, and then stagger him. Pretty easy fight. Now we gotta walk to the mansion. We gotta go back to the mansion again.
and there's no skateboards this time.
Yep, we gotta walk all the way there this time. Alright, now that we're finally back to the mansion. Alright, so I'm walking to the White Room, and then I gotta walk to the library. We're basically walking to the final fight of Roxas section right now. And then right here, I'm actually gonna just jump over the railing and just beeline it straight to the door. This saves like actually like a couple of seconds over walking around the entire like top level over to the door.
Imagine.
Back in the day, we all used to walk all the way around.
Wait, really? No one
Yeah,
just thought to jump over?
it was actually was like found out that it was faster. It wasn't just like, oh, we should do this. All right, so here is the pre-axle fight. It's 4 dusks, followed by 2 assassins. I'm kind of getting bodied because I can't hit them. All right, now I have them lined up so I can at least do something. But I want level 3, so now my damage is at least decent.
Yeah, so level 3 will basically cut out, is it
Alright,
2 hits
fine.
on the assassins?
It's 1, 1, 2, 3. Once you get to level 3. All right, so
Yeah, so it cuts out 3 hits?
Come here, I'll make it all stop.
No. It cuts out hits.
so Axel, I'm gonna do. Basically, you can do a hit and then a finisher immediately by doing circle square. If I do 2 of those, and I just do a full air combo when it sends it into the wall. And then do 2 ground combos actually, because my damage is a little weird, so I just want to make sure I kill him.
And you actually don't have to finish the RC to kill him in this story fight. In .org, you would have to clear the floor, but you don't have to for the story.
I know you guys will actually get to see me do that later, because there is a beginner level 99 .org run at the end of this.
Oh god. Do you even know strats for that, or are you just gonna wait?
I know most of them.
Okay.
Alright, so this menu, I'm going to customize Donald Goofy to party attack, equip guard air recovery, equip the metal, and then take Donald's items. So normally we do part of that in Roxas section, but since we opted for menuless Roxas to basically skip that 5-second tutorial, we do all of it right there. Alright, and then station heights is, it's either, there's multiple ways to time it out. You can either do a certain number of hits, you can do 90 hits, or you can take 90 seconds and then it'll time out. Either one does the job. But
Or
obviously, or you can die, that does it too. So I'm gonna try to do as many hits as possible, as fast as possible.
Yeah, so around the fastest we've seen this done is about a minute. Yeah, around a minute. So you could lose up to 30 seconds on this fight if you aren't optimal with your hits. And so it's a combination of trying to get as many hits, but get as many kills as possible as well. When Y hits level 6 here, he'll actually start doing finishers on creepers.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to avoid finishers as much as possible.
They go from a 4-hit to a full combo. So you might as well just do a full combo to kill them to spawn more. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in this fight on how fast you can do it. Donald can affect it, Goofy can affect it, and their hits don't actually count to your counter, so them killing things is actually slow. I actually can't see the timer, so I have no idea was fast or slow?
It was kind of slow. It was like there was a part in the middle that was kind of slow because they were all like spread out, but
Looked below average.
it was like around average, I'd say.
Okay.
At least for me.
Okay, fair. Still better than me. I lose 30 seconds there every run.
Oh. Okay, now I got some shadows. They take 2 hits to kill, so we're just gonna try to do air hits. We also want
This is
Donald to thunder them, but oh, that was actually really nice. Thank you, Donald.
Oh my god, yeah. This is actually another fight where you can die to. It's just so you'll see that a lot on crit, but in beginner it's just not worth the time usually. Either the experience or the death. The experience is too good or the death is too slow. But now we just want Donald to thunder everything. Part of the reason you put him on party attack is so he attacks what you're not attacking. Basically it affects his AI, so he's not always targeting what you're targeting. And that has been kind of deemed to be faster on average. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, Donald caught that one, so that was good.
Yeah, so that's a situation where if he was attacking what Sora was attacking there, he might have thundered the wrong target and wouldn't have caught the guy coming up. So it's like it's little minor time saves like that that just add up over time in these worlds. Because basically until I guess I would say, what, like Port Royal
Sorry, my dog
or
was barking.
Africa, you don't really get too many combo modifiers that let you just decimate everything by yourself.
That went right in between all 3. I'm kind of sad. That should have been lined up for a 3.
If I don't go for it, I'll make it.
Sorry
So you
about my
may-
dog. Oh my goodness.
You may have noticed that why I picked up the sword earlier. For beginner, we go sword because we just don't need like defense and stuff. It also gives you combo boost right there. Combo boosts will be useful, I guess, at the end of LOD. So here we get Valor Form. Valor Form it's a limiting form, but it's also like pretty strong just because you have 2 Keyblades. And the way stats work in this game is if you have 2 Keyblades, you just get that extra strength. And that extra scaling is actually really strong early. And you just kill things really fast. Valor also has the advantage of just staggering enemies really easily, so it makes them not able to counterattack you. So you actually see Wyatt use it here, and that's because he can jump higher. And normally you could get to that with just a jump and a swing, but it's finicky sometimes. And we're gonna try and get as many Valor hits here as we can because we want Valor level 2 by a certain point. And that's just because it gives us the extra drive bar, and it lasts a little longer, so we can not lose drive gauge. A lot of the routing is actually routed pretty specifically around where you use your drives because we've calculated anti-points to the point where we know exactly where we have a chance to get it and not.
Alright, sorry about that. My dog was barking and my roommates were being like super loud.
So we actually get our first magic there, Blizzard. Blizzard is a pretty good spell. Especially early on, and it really helps in Pirates World. It's just, I don't know. Well, how do you feel about Blizzard?
Blizzard's okay.
It's okay, but then you have fire and thunder.
It's only
and,
good
like,
when it's like for very specific things,
yeah,
like Grim Reaper. Like it's only Port Royal, basically.
yeah, Port Royal. It's like if I didn't have Blizzard, Port Royal would suck. So you see, we revert there because when you beat a world, the game will usually, not always, usually actually refill your drive gauge, so we don't actually care that we lost drive there. But there are specific worlds that I only found out because of Rando, really, that don't actually refresh your drive bar when you beat them.
So I want him away so he doesn't screw up his dual stances.
Yeah, so he wants Leon near the door because he doesn't want him screwing with these enemies that spawn here.
Okay.
So he can actually
Weird.
guard and get the RC. The RC is just way stronger because it's a AoE that one-shots almost everything at this point. And it's just faster than you can hit it with the Keyblade. He actually kind of wants to get rid of these creepers here because they'll spawn the last wave of dust.
Alright, this is the last wave.
So he'll probably just use Blizzard here because he can hit multiple targets, but Leon
Everything got kind of screwed up. They were all pushed away from the door.
Yeah, so like if we could put Leon on Sora attack, we probably would. Leon is just not helpful because he hits things into the air, he knocks them away from you. And he's not overall that useful here.
Oh boy, now we have our first gummy mission.
Oh, these
The
are
best part. Yeah, no lingering will or data org in this, but I will be doing a data org run right after this, a level 99 data org run.
So for beginner, well, basically everything but level 1, we go to LOD first. And that's really just because it gives us a lot of experience, and the things we get from LOD and OC and the levels we get just make Beast Castle that much easier. If you didn't care about an EXP like you do on level 1, then you go Beast Castle first because you just don't, you can get away with a lot of things there.
Yeah, pretty much. And then then LOD is in turn a lot easier with the stuff you get from Beast Castle and OC.
Yeah, Heroes Crest namely for level 1. Gummy ships are unfortunately auto scrollers on KH2. You can't speed them up at all. But on the flip side, they're nice bathroom breaks. So if you
I don't know. That's one of the things I like about the gummy missions is like, yeah, we're trying to go fast here, but it's also a nice little break in between each world.
Right, like I actually really like them because it lets me, just reset mentally. Dude, Fortnite.
Let's play some Fortnite up in here.
And the way I see it is, if I can't skip it or do it faster anyways, then like it doesn't waste time to me. I don't know. It's not a huge deal to me. And the last hour and a half of the run, there's like one gummy ship mission, and it's all fast paced anyway. So like it's only really early game.
Yeah, if there were gummy missions throughout like the whole thing, it would not be as good of a run. I don't think. The fact that there's only gummy mission for about half of it makes it still runnable.
Yeah. Well, then there's all else though. Oh god, you gotta do 2 more gummy ship missions.
I should do 2 extra gummy. Well, no, we don't do Atlantica in this. I'm not doing it. No, you don't do Atlantica or Pooh in this.
What?
It's not all worlds. It's just all ass.
Oh my god, it is all. What? I guess that's true. I guess. We're changing the name to Alas. Alas.
Alas.
Alas. All worlds. Alas.
Yeah, only the ass matters. We don't care about Atlantica. You actually can lose a couple of seconds in gummy missions. If you kill too much stuff, you can get extra blueprints, which in turn is an extra like little slide at the end of the gummy mission you have to scroll through. So there is optimal gummy missions.
So it is in your favor to AFK them as much as possible.
I gotta do that.
So we put Goofy in the party here because we can't use Valor Form without Goofy. You hit the help button here because it brings up those 3 menu boxes, and what that actually does is it skips 2 later on. So, it's this weird thing with how the game's programmed, but you save like 5 to 10 seconds by doing it here rather than later. So Ping is actually a party member we can't take out of the party because Ping is pretty useless, and Donald would be better, but we can't take him out. So we have to leave him in for now.
Yeah, so this gummy mission, we still have a little bit
Gummy?
of battle left. Did I say gummy? It's a mission. It's just a mission. So for this mission, we still have a little bit of battle left. We're trying to get level 2, which I got right there. And then now we can fire the shadows.
So yeah, you actually don't want to use Valor for too long because you won't actually generate drive back fast enough to use it after missions. It doesn't happen a lot, but there are situations where you can run out of or not get enough drive back. Generally, if you go into MP charge every fight, though, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, my drive is a little low right now, but I should be okay. Depends on how this starts out.
You probably just MP charge early in mission 3, right? Oh,
Donald.
that's an OG strat. So these guys are actually immune to Blizzard, which is really dumb. Oh, thanks
This
for
is
showing
bad.
us. So we would use Blizzard.
Okay, thank you, Donald, for repairing that. Saved me. This could have been a lot worse, but now it's actually okay.
So leveling
Okay,
up
cool.
in the middle of this mission is actually pretty important because if you notice at the start, those Nightwalkers took 4 hits to kill, but when you level up, they actually only take 1 combo. So you actually do want to hit level 10 in the middle of that fight, if not earlier.
So I'm pretty sure I didn't move like slightly to the left, and that's why that blizzard didn't hit. But it's okay.
Yeah, we can use
he walked over to me, which actually is good.
Uncommon.
It's very uncommon, yeah.
Oh, this guy walked away from me though.
Seems about right. And these guys are nowhere to be found. Oh goodness. Oh my god.
So yeah, shadows are just annoying because they go underground and they waste your time. Have you run into the thing where they can dodge a fire by coming up and going back under? I haven't had that happen since PS2.
I haven't had that happen in a while, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it actually happens on PS4, PS5 anymore because of the 60 FPS, but on PS2 they could actually dodge a fire and just ignore it. We go Valor form here just for movement, and it's fast, and for
It's fast for the start of
climb.
this fight, yeah.
Which strategy do you use? Square, square. Okay.
I do
Square,
square,
X,
circle,
square.
square, or square, yeah. Well, mine's split, but yeah, same thing, yeah.
So yeah, by doing that strat, you could easily kill those guys really quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill everything just because I want as much EXP as possible. I'm also gonna kill this guy. But this means I have to line this up correctly.
Oh god. So if
We're
you
good.
don't kill that guy, the game actually can't spawn another enemy into the game, so that Assault Rider won't spawn there normally. But there's a setup, as you saw, that you can just kind of stagger him during the entire thing so he can't hit you out.
Now we stroll right into the cave. So this fight is a bunch of shadows, and I'm gonna take out the Assault Rider first because it just takes 2 air combos. And then we want to line up these guys up with fire, finisher, and hopefully take out all of them to spawn the second wave I was able to do.
Yeah, so combo boost here actually lets us one-shot the shadows with the finisher. So you don't have to hit them with the fire first. And the reason that works out well is because they can spawn into your finisher, which just makes it faster.
And there I jumped over his attack, and I was able to kill him. Alright,
Pretty good fight.
yeah. I was
Above
pretty good shadows, yeah. Above average.
Love that.
Grab another AP boost. So along the way I'm going to be grabbing AP boost because on crit you start with 50 or whatever. So you're pretty good on AP, but beginner we need AP.
What's your final AP in this route? Are you like 43, 45?
45, I think.
45?
Yeah, normally it's for any percent it's 40 now.
It's 40?
Yeah, it's a really weird route. You don't use draw at all or anything.
Oh. Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense.
But this one's
Yeah, that's
45 because we grab a couple of extras and we can do some other stuff, yeah.
I keep forgetting you're doing all last because the first 2 hours are like the same.
Yeah. So it's pretty much the same as any percent until close to the end. Well, until Hollow Dash and 3.
Right,
Yeah.
so
Here, I
we're
just want to get as
trying
many.
get money.
Yeah, you can talk.
What we really want is the money. You do Thon line, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So we really just want 640 money before the end of, or I guess the start of Timeless Server. And we really get that from the bolt towers. We also just want as much experience as possible because ideally we want to hit level 14 before Hydra. It's not a huge deal if we don't, but we do really. Please hit the bolt tower.
Yeah, that's.
We really want
unfortunate.
level 14 for Darkthorn. There are strats for level 13 Darkthorn, but level 14 is just a lot easier and a lot faster. Oh, it's not. What, it's like 15? It's like 15 seconds overall if you just hit 14 naturally. I didn't see how many kills you got there, but. This is basically just equipping every ability we've gotten in the last few minutes.
I actually switched combo boost to EXP boost because I have EXP boost in OC. My Shan Yu fight is a little weird because I don't have combo boost on, but it usually works out. I'm gonna grab this ether.
Shout out to the guy who found this.
Save
Oh,
warping.
you Valor here? Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
you Valor immediately. It's risky business.
So yeah, we found out pretty early on with the fast loads on PS4 that you can just warp out of certain places and warp back in, and it's just faster. It's beginner. Well, beginner was what, like, I don't remember how fast beginner was, but if you Valor there, it's even faster than running normally. So you could either Valor here, or you could use Mulan's Limit. Mulan's Limit's probably, what, at least 5 seconds slower. If you get a good fight.
That was a pretty good fight. You want to have over 3 drive going into Shan Yu with this routing. Or around 3 at least. So I can do a specific set of combos.
Just skip them.
Yeah, I'll just skip them. We'll go right on to OC. So I'm going to start off with a Valor over the horizon into a finisher. And then I'm going to over the horizon, 2 hits, finisher. Then I'm going to drop onto the ground, over the horizon, finisher, and it'll hit the HP gate. Okay, got the RC.
So here we guard to get that RC. You can do it without guard, but I wouldn't recommend it. And then
And there we go. That was
so yeah, a lot of
basically
our
a perfect fight.
early combos are actually like very specifically designed to get to certain HP gates. Because when Shan Yu gets to that HP barrier, he will go purple, and you can't avoid that. Like he'll just kind of go immune for a while. So we get him to that point very specifically so that we can do that. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that it was basically a perfect fight.
Sure is exciting.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah. Alright, got my mission time. I know you guys were really excited for this one.
This is actually one of the scarier ones, if you're not paying attention. If you just mash attack the whole time, you're pretty safe, but like if you try to dodge things, yeah, it can get kind of scary. I think the scariest though is actually Pride Lands, right? Like that one terrifies me.
Yeah, the end of the Pride Lands one gets really scary.
And then Agrabah can be scary if you're not ready for it either, but it's pretty easy to dodge that one as long as you're paying attention.
Yeah, for the aggro one, as long as you pay attention up until the end, you should be fine. If you take a bunch of damage, and you're just kind of screwed at the end then.
Halloween Town, you can actually AFK like half of it as long as you're there for the end.
Yeah, half of them you can literally just AFK, half, like most of it. I think Halloween Town, Port Royal, the Atlantic one, you can AFK the whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And then Beast Castle and LOD, you can... Well, LOD, you actually can't LOD, you can't... I just said LOD, you can't LOD, nice. For the LOD one, you can't actually AFK, you'll die, like, pretty quickly.
Yeah, you'll die. Beast Castle will kill you too, because of the boss. But you can AFK it the boss.
I'll just AFK the whole thing, who cares?
Okay, dude.
Yeah, this is the scary part. There's all the bombs and stuff, but as long as you explode, make everything explode, you should be pretty good. Or as long as you're just like kind of paying attention, you should be okay. Oh boy, the dog is about to start again. Brace yourselves. Literally just people walking into the house. And it's the same people that come into the house every single day, and she just still barks at them. Yep.
Oh man, I forgot how long these things were.
Yeah, they're not
They're not long
they're
when
not the
I'm doing
best.
them. They're not long when I'm doing them. When I watch someone else do them, I'm like, oh man, where's Twitter?
Yeah, kind of just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, the gameplay is just good, that good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
worth
don't,
sitting through
like
these,
I said,
yeah.
I don't mind them when I do the run, but when someone else does the run, I'm just like, no. When I don't get to play, play the game.
Yeah. Why aren't you racing it right now?
You didn't offer me. I offered you a race like 2 days ago, and you thought I was joking.
We'll race sometime. It'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
In like the next like 7 years. Well, that's certainly a category name. It's the best category name.
So OC is actually, I guess, probably the scariest early game world in terms of time and dying. It's quite hard to optimize some parts of this, just because Hades and Pete are not friendly, and then you can also just die pretty easily if you're not paying attention. It's not as bad since we've stopped. Do you like hardcore EXP boost or just like kind of?
I'm not gonna EXP boost Hades Escape. I'm only gonna EXP boost
Okay, it's just the
Pete.
Pete part. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we used to EXP boost Hades Escape, which like would put you within 3 to 4 hits of dying. And like if a Lancer hit you, it
You
was
just
pretty
die, yeah.
deadly. So we don't do that anymore because you, for whatever reason, on this version of the game for PS4, you just get more experience. So it's routed to the point where you will.
I think
probably
part of it is that it's just easier to get kills on Summit. With the way things spawn in.
Yeah.
So it's just easier to get EXP, yeah.
God, do you remember 1.0 on mini escorts where nothing got knocked back, so you killed everything? So there's actually some. The physics have changed over the course of a few of these patches, and in the early parts of the game, nothing got knocked back. So this one RC we would use would just get kills because nothing would fly out of range of it, but it's not as good anymore. But we still can usually hit 14 by at least before Darkdawn, and that's all we really need.
Here I'm just unequipping Divider and Orange Auto Limit. His Divider, he just kind of juggles the enemies. Yeah. We're gonna start off with a Bat Cry.
Since we're not EXP boosting this, we can actually use the Bat Cries, which also makes this fight easier and faster. When you're EXP boosting, you actually can't use Bat Cries because it doesn't count as Soar killing the enemy, so you don't get double experience, which is silly, but so the fact that we're able to use those just makes it easier. We'll guard here and then probably fire and blizzards to kill these Lancers. Hades punching you on beginner isn't too bad because you could just fire again.
Yeah.
Punching you on crit though.
It's very scary if he punches you. Okay. Oh.
Oh,
This is what's They didn't come to me, so kinda weird. What are you doing over here? Alright, now I want to back try, or not.
What? Wait, what?
Alright, now I'm gonna Bushido. He just, I don't know. He just didn't give me the RC the first time.
So you don't have to Bushido here if you can get the Vectorize, but it's usually safer and easier to do this. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, so this wave can
It was
get very
interesting,
messy because the Lancers are everywhere. That large body will just kind of roll into your face and kill you.
All in all, not too bad.
About average.
That second wave carried me. The second platform being perfect carried me.
That was crazy.
Alright, let's see my EXP. 612. Ooh, that's real bad.
Ooh, are you left path? Okay. So by doing left path here, we skip a ether and a AP boost. Ethers have become less and less necessary as this run has gone on, interestingly enough. So you just don't have to actually pick up many from chests anymore, if at all. I think you pick up what, like
One or two just
LOD
to
and
yeah.
the tower.
Yeah,
And
basically we just
mostly
do
for
it.
menuing.
Yeah, it literally just saves time menuing because it automatically puts it into your inventory.
Yeah. So we get a lot of it just from buying things, from getting money over the course of the run. And then AP boost, like we kind of mentioned earlier, is we don't need as many because we just equip less and it's more optimal. So there's two ways to do this fight. You can either die and have Mickey get summoned. And Mickey will be 100% spawn rate at this point because your first death on a Mickey fight will always have to show up. Or you could fight the fight out like this. I would actually say the Mickey way of doing the fight has more RNG, but has potential to be faster. Whereas this fight, or this way of doing the fight is not as fast always, but on average you won't lose as much time. It's also just due to preference because on beginner English, not final mix, we have to fight out the fight.
Okay, I thought he was gonna whiff at the end. I wouldn't have been upset. Pretty good fight.
So that was probably a pretty average fight as well. As long as you kill him right after the RC, it's usually a pretty okay fight.
Yeah, there's some patterns where he'll jump around a bunch before he does the RC, and it can be a little slow. But it is what it is. Alright, now we gotta go do urns. And we don't have draw on beginner.
Or second finisher.
Or a second finisher. Yeah, both of those help it. I could have actually Valor there and saved like less than a second, but I forgot.
Yeah, it's literally like, I don't know, it might be faster on PS5, but yeah, no, it's like when
It's
I
like a
tried
frame
it, it's
faster.
It's like half a second at best. Yeah. Yeah, so here we just want to do a finisher on the urns. That finishers and magic are the only thing that really break them. And just doing the finishers are easier.
So yeah, normally you want to be able to do 2 air combos and get all 20, but I had to do a 3rd air combo there. And then this one we want to break as many of these as possible to spawn the waves quickly. Oh god. Nice drop combo. Okay.
Yeah, so not only are the urns moving left and right, they're moving up and down. Sword doesn't always like targeting the one you want to target, so it's like... But yeah, essentially you just want to hit as many with one finisher as you can. The faster you destroy like these first 2 waves of urns, the faster you can get the big urn. And the nice thing about the big urn is that if you don't have 70 already there, you can hit it in smaller urns and it will spawn more big coins. But if you have 70 there, you just break the urn as fast as possible to get 30.
Let's go.
Alright, now I'm gonna go Valor to save my second.
Yeah, so this one was actually faster on PS2. So it's still faster on PS5 because of loads, but there's been a few other ones that we have found where you can drive and it's faster.
Yeah, there I grabbed a power boost chest.
And you may be wondering about anti-points at this point, but it's just we never go Valor in a fight where we can get anti-form or we Valor before the fight,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can avoid anti-form at this point until Timeless River. So for example, you'll see Wyatt go Valor form in the Pete fight in a bit. And the reason why he can do that is because while Hercules is in your party, you can't actually get Valor form. Or anti-form, I'm sorry.
You can't get Valor form.
Yeah.
I wish. I don't want Valor form.
So that's why we can safely do it in that fight without worrying about it. And then for Beast Castle, we'll actually only drive out of combat ever. Wait, you get this AP boost? Oh,
Yeah, only in this route, not in any percent. Yeah, this route's a little weird. This route could be updated a little bit. We'll have to do that. I'll have to do that at some point.
So this is kind of just an RNG versus C smash. You can get anywhere from like 50 to 20, and there's not much you can do to control it. There's very slight things you can do, but Sora will kind of just throw the water guns where he wants.
Yeah, I try to lock on, and it seems to help the direction, but it could just be placebo. I don't know. But usually when I do stuff with the lock on, it usually tends to go in that direction, or at least somewhat.
So 44, that's pretty good. Usually I aim for above 40, but so this next fight that's coming up is it's just a time thing. So you just have to kind of stand around. So we're actually going to take advantage of that and let enemies hit us to below half HP so that we can experience boost off them.
One thing I actually did in that menu was set Donald to Sora attack, because I don't want him killing these bats before I get into XP boost range. Thanks, Goofy.
Oh, you don't take those off?
Nope. Okay. I was able to EXP boost all of those, which is good.
Can you still get both waves of soldiers like this?
Yeah, well, I'll get the second wave of soldiers. So I am slightly short EXP of being able to get level 14, but I'll get it for Hydra, not for Hydra, I'll get it for Thresholder no matter what.
Yeah, so here we go, Valor and Back Cry, just because it helps kill enemies, and because
that works.
Okay. That's level 14.
That's level 14 for you.
So if you kill every enemy there, it is a lot of experience, and Backcry helps with that. And yeah, having 2 Keyblades raises your strength, so you just do more damage. And Pete can just be really annoying as he runs around, so it helps. We're gonna use Trinity here. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Go into
At the start, I'm gonna get hit in the air and actually hit his head.
Still do this?
Yeah.
I don't like this. So what this does is it saves him an ether.
Yeah.
2 ethers? Saves 2 ethers.
Saves one ether.
One?
Yeah. I didn't mean to use. Well, did I do? I didn't do the arts. I don't need it. This is fine. Okay.
Yeah, you just want.
Yeah.
So in beginner, we can kill these fast enough at level 14. And if you're lucky enough on level 13, you can skip it as well.
Well, this is bad. Nothing got lucky.
You just get lucky. And you can kill all 3 heads without having to leave though.
Okay, I got lucky.
Without the RC on the Hydra's back.
Now we're gonna use Trinity. If we line it up correctly, we should get a lot of hits on his head, but it's kind of hard to not line it up correctly.
Yeah, so the way Trinity works in this game is that the more hits you get, as you can see in the top left corner, the more damage that finisher animation will do. And since there's so many heads out on the field, we can actually get a lot of hits that way, and we can get his HP down really low. And then since we're on beginner, it's just really easy to kill that Hydra without having to do a second Trinity again. On crit, because of PS4 just getting more hits on average, it's possible as well, but it is really rough. On PS2, doing that strat was like really hard.
Looks like we're hit.
Yeah, Trinilus was pretty hard on PS2.
Yeah. And if he didn't get enough damage or couldn't kill the heads before they started rampaging again, he probably would have had to throw 2 ethers or hope he got lucky and landed a hit.
Yeah, that's the other thing to note about that, is that I actually saved 2 ethers by getting that, which is pretty nice.
So here we'll actually equip Hero's Crest. I think this is the first time we changed the Keyblade in the run. Hero's Crest just has more strength, so more damage, and it also has air combo boost.
Oh, that's...
So this is another fight on crit that you can just die, but here we're going to just use Trinity Finisher to finish off the last few enemies.
Yeah, now we gotta go talk to Pooh again.
And this is the only time we'll
This is the only time we'll ever see him. Bye, Pooh.
Oh my god, you can skip that so early, holy.
What?
That's cutscene, you can skip it so early. I mean, I don't know if you knew, that used to be one of the longest cutscenes on PS2, and then PS4 cut it by over half. And I guess it's even faster.
It's just even faster now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're on our way to Beast Castle. This is since we saved this for last out of these 3. Now we have Hero's Crest, now we're level 14, and we're super strong. And hopefully I'll be able to get 1 cycle on Thresholder. I have to like line it up correctly so that I like whiff a hit. It's super weird strat for level 14. And there's also a level 13 strat where you don't have to whiff a hit. So there's been a lot of stuff that's like a lot of like evolving stuff with Hydra, or not Hydra, Thresholder over the years, which are just trying to get it consistent. And this enemy right here is actually, this enemy will appear again at the end of the Pride Lands gummy. But he hits super hard. Here we just kill him in like 2 seconds. There's actually like a lot of like weird like little things in the gummy missions that like we don't really ever deal with because we don't do gummies for the run. But like in like a plat run or like a full hundo run, there's actually like a lot of different things you can do in the gummies. There's like a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, thank God I don't have to do them normally, because I think I've done them once, and that was the one time I platted the game on PS4.
I did it on PS3. I didn't even plat it on PS4.
I've never plat except for PS4. Like I couldn't stand doing something on PS3.
Oh, the loads were just so long. It was awful.
Yeah, it just takes so long.
Yeah, at least synthing on PS4 is pretty quick just because of the loads. I think at one point his like strat for grinding was he would die because it was faster than like leaving the world and like coming back in and stuff like that. Yeah.
So we'll actually see our first use of a summon in this world. Summons can be pretty strong if you know how to use them. It's just they don't do a very good job in the game explaining how to use them. So Chicken Little may have seemed pretty useless.
Oh, well,
but-
since this is a beginner, I'm not gonna use him until Timeless River.
Oh, you Valor, you're right. I quit. I'm done with it.
Let's go.
Yeah, for Thresholder, I'm gonna Valor.
Give me strength.
So, here we're gonna see Valor again. Like I mentioned, we only use that out of combat in this world, so we don't have to worry about anti-form ever. And until we get Quick Run, this is just our fastest way of movement.
You know, maybe I can get a 2-cycle wardrobe this run. Yeah, so this wardrobe, we gotta push it out of the way. It's possible to do it in 2 cycles, but it's not humanly possible. It's only been really like recreated in TAS.
Have they actually done it in TAS?
I think so.
I've
I've been one push away, like legitimately, like as soon as the
Yeah.
Darcy popped up, it was
Okay.
immediately done. I don't know.
So yeah, maybe it is.
Right.
Or with like turbo or whatever. Alright, so I'm gonna do 3 hits and then a finisher to knock out the body roll. I'm gonna do the RC, and if I line this up correctly, I'm gonna whip a hit like that and kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to explain, but we have to whiff the first hit and then nail all the other ones, because he has a little HP barrier that when you hit it, he will go back into the wall. But we actually like skip that HP barrier and just kill him outright with the Valor finisher.
Yeah, you actually do so much damage that one hit makes the difference. And it could be any hit technically. It's just usually easier to whiff the first one. And if you time it incorrectly, or if he gets too high off the ground, it actually makes it a lot harder to do it consistently. So if the gargoyle hits you there, it's like
Just
you just
GG.
have to kind of wing it.
Yeah.
It's still possible, but like I've done it with like x squared. Like I've gotten it off that, but you should never rely on that.
I think this will be the
If you lose Valor there, it's actually like very punishing. We pick up the drive recovery in beginner simply because it's on the way. But using it here is slower overall. So you would have to use it here basically because you would lose too much time on the rest of the run or world.
Yeah, I'm gonna be using the drive recovery in Timeless River now. Speed up the Pete fight. And we're gonna be using it to use Valor again.
I was just thinking about it. Like we actually use Valor a lot in early game, and then I'm trying to think of when we use
and then we
the other
just-
forms.
Yeah.
And it's like Wisdom, we literally only use it to level up Quick Run, and then we don't use it like at all. And then Master, do we only use it for core in the speedrun?
Master? We use
think
it for
we
Grim
only use
Reaper. That's
Oh,
it.
Grim Reaper, right? To use Thunder. So we use Master Form like twice.
Yeah.
And then we actually use Limit Form a lot in Final Mix. So it's like between Limit, Valor, like those are probably our most used forms in a weird way.
I'm actually gonna save warp again. Did I just save warp to the same exact spot? that literally
That is,
that literally wastes like 2 seconds because of PS5, but it's funny.
I've never seen someone do that.
right.
So you could save warp here back to the parlor again. It doesn't really save time, and it might even lose time depending on how your menuing is. But what it does do is it saves you that half a bar of drive right there. Which, if you do the strat correctly, doesn't matter. But if you screw up, it helps you out. So what Wyatt's going to go for is a thing called Windowless. Similar to how we do Thresholder, we're going to actually just do a very specific air combo. If we do too many hits, he'll go to the window too fast, so he's going to take out a hit and try to push him away from the window, and then as he comes in, we can actually hit him again and just go really quick.
Like so.
the technique that we're taking advantage of here is that Valor can actually end combos earlier. So even though it has air combo plus and can do 3 air hits before a finisher, we can actually do 1 air hit and then go straight into a finisher by hitting square early. So you can see him do X square square there again, and then he's going to go into a Trinity. If he times this correctly, he'll just do a full Trinity, and then he'll just have to do like 2.5 combos. Or no, just
just 2 full combos. Yeah.
If you whiff hits in Trinity, you'll have to do a little extra damage there, but yeah, that's the level 14 strat is just really easy,
Really quick and easy. Yeah.
probably one of the easiest strats you can do on beginner. There's a level 13 strat, but it's just kind of messy.
All right. Luckily, there's no gummy mission before this world, so we just kind of roll right in.
Yeah, we usually consider that like early game. After Beast Castle is where we usually cut off early game, and then this is where we say mid game starts. Oh my god, you ran backwards and I got confused again.
What?
Because you didn't get the chest.
Oh yeah, there's an AP boost chest there that you can grab. Yeah.
Well, in Rando, you just get all the
Oh, you get all the chests. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm just like, where are you going, dude? So yeah, this is Valor for movement again. We talked to Minnie. Don't forget the torn page.
I don't need it.
The torn page.
I need 34 money though. That's the thing.
Oh, you should use it.
I should be able to easily get that. Yeah.
Do you push? Are you a pusher?
So
you can actually
I'm not
push
gonna push.
Minnie.
I'm not
You
gonna
can
push.
actually push Minnie along this entire wall, but if you notice, it's not actually very straight. And if Minnie ever attacks, her hitbox kind of just screws up. So it's not the easiest thing to do, but it is faster by a pretty significant margin.
Let's go.
All right, one more. I see you should do it.
This way. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm super inconsistent at the push. I need to practice that a bit more. And then this one, I'm gonna try to get a little bit of money.
Let's go.
Also a little bit of EXP, but the money is the more important thing. The EXP literally will save me like a couple of seconds at one point. That's about it.
This way.
But I need 640 money to buy my tourmaline rings. That's like actually important stuff.
Let's
Yeah, so
go.
the Tourmaline ring, or Sardonyx ring, or Aquamarine ring, they're rings that give you strength and AP. So they're actually really useful for the speedrun because we fill out the accessory slot, and we just get more AP.
Let's go.
And we don't need the money for much else, so it's
This way. Let's go. This way.
The only other thing we buy with money is ethers later. That's about it.
This way.
Money is kind of useless for anything besides ethers. It's gonna work. I might just sell one potion, which is fine.
yeah. So
that's-
we have potions that we can sell. There's also a tent that you can pick up earlier if you really want.
Yeah,
But
we have a few
usually it's
backups.
not too bad.
Yeah.
I actually don't like picking up the tent because it screws up my menuing.
Yep. Alright, so I'm gonna walk over to the shop right here, sell a potion. And then buy 2 of these. I'm gonna throw them on right away. And then in here, I'm gonna go Valor form for the movement, and then so I can kill old Pete when a single air combo.
Single air combo? Oh
Yeah.
my god. That's one of those things I forget to crit and beginner, like how many hits you actually have to do.
Yeah, you do a lot of damage on beginner.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm actually not gonna do the first window first because I want to hit level 15 before I do that one for our C boost. So we actually do the windows 2, 3, 1, 4. It's a weird order. Okay, it's still sucking.
Oh hey, it's that
It's-
Chicken Little
it's
summon
Chicken
that
Little,
we were
hey.
talking about earlier. So the reason why Chicken Little is really good is because he actually has this magnet effect, as you can see. it's our best form of crowd control early. Chicken Little also actually has life steal, so when you do damage, you heal. And so the magnet feels kind of weird before you get used to it, but there's just like, once you run the game enough, you can manipulate your positioning so that Chicken Little almost always whistles. It also doesn't use MP, so you can use it for other kinds of magic. Yeah, so Chicken Little's also really good against the cars
Shatters
here.
being moving on.
Because Chicken Little will magnet the cars, as well as he can throw a baseball and knock them out of their one attack that has iframes.
That was not the combos I meant to do, but it ended up being really fast.
Yeah.
Nice. I already have
Yeah,
our
so-
C-boost on, so we can go right in here.
Those cars are actually pretty hard casually if you don't know what you're doing, and Chicken Little just kind of destroys them.
I'm gonna Chicken Little here, so you can suck these guys in. I'm gonna fire, thunder. And I'm gonna do another fire, so I can just do enough damage to kill them. And then we want to basically knock out that first wave, so we can spawn all of this in and start using the RC.
Yeah, so this RC where you get knocked into the air is actually on a timer. So if you don't do it fast enough, the enemies will spawn at a bad time. And the reason why we want RC boost there is because it lets us one-shot those hammer guys?
Hammer guys,
RC.
whatever they are. Hammer
rather
frames, there you
than
go.
two. Yeah, there you go. So we actually don't use Chicken Little on this last fight because he won't be reverted or returned. So we would actually have him out, and we want our drive for Valor from here. So we just kill these first like 1 or 2 waves, and then we just Trinity into the wall, because the finisher is enough to kill all of these rapid thrusters in one shot.
Nice windows. Alright, and I'm gonna Valor. Again. Again.
And use drive recovery. Oh, use it after.
I do that after, but yeah, I'm gonna use it. Alright, so I'm gonna walk forward here a couple of steps because it's like slightly faster when you're closer to him. And if you're too far away, the RC will like fail, and it'll just like the item or like the box or whatever will just like hit the ground and do nothing.
Yeah. Do you not get this AP boost?
I don't grab that AP boost; it takes forever. Oh Jesus! It was just barely able to stay on there. Alright, we're gonna play it safe. We're gonna play it safe.
Normally you can get a 2-cycle there, but it's kind of random. Ooh,
Level 3 right at the end there, just what I wanted. This makes Pete slightly faster.
But yeah, sometimes the crane will not let you get 2-cycle. So we use the drive recovery there, so we can just drive again here.
Yeah, I'm gonna basically do a slide dash and then Valor. But we just want a little bit of extra damage.
With level 3, it goes.
I don't know what happened right there.
So we're trying to get to certain HP gates, the force transitions. Normally you can do it with 2 square combos or a square combo. And we'll just instantly transition.
Yeah, my drive's a little low at the end here because of the first phase being a little weird.
I wish this was the first phase. This is like literally the worst phase.
Alright. And then I just gotta knock him up in the air and use 2 RCs here. Well, he'll knock him up in the air. Just use 2 RCs to finish him off. Okay.
Oh, we got the quick second RC.
You gotta mash it out, bro. Alright, we just got Valor form, or not no, we just got Wisdom form, so we'll stop using Valor form.
So every time you get a drive, it actually fully resets your anti points, so we can use drives in combat again. But well, you're gonna use Valor again here. What do you mean?
Oh crap, yeah. We're not done with Valor quite yet.
So we actually don't use Wisdom until Agrabah.
Yeah. And this is one of the gummy missions where you can AFK most of it, but you do have to come back close to the end or else you'll die. All right, Port Royal. What? We're gonna be using a lot of Blizzard here.
A lot of Blizzard, a lot of fire, a lot of thunder,
A lot of magic. A lot of going fast.
a lot of chicken little.
Oh.
What? Who's playing mom?
Yeah, dude, we should find songs in Melody Memory that are shorter than the length of gummy missions and just play them in the during the gummy mission.
Dude, has anyone speedrun that yet?
I don't know, dude. So I don't know.
Full song path.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the way because you can get like certain challenges done on certain songs. Yeah, so the song order would be really interesting.
Oh yeah, and you actually having to clear it first try and stuff like, or like the challenges first try. 'Cause I mean, anyone good at the game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like the challenges where you have to do the song multiple times, so you probably skip that song, stuff like
You
that.
skip that song, and then do you do BBS or 3D, right? Like, because you can
Mhm.
skip one of those whole paths. Oh no, routing is the best part. Of
That's one of the things I love about speedrunning, the routing aspect. And that's the reason I like running category extensions like this. Just for the routing.
Yeah, because like the one issue with KH as a speedrun is that it's very limiting because it limits to where you can go. So, and it isn't until you get to things like All Worlds or All Ass or JJ where you can actually like do things out of order, and you know, just use your brain for that.
Yeah, routing JJ has probably been my favorite thing about this game. Just like over the past few years, like just watching the JJ route evolve, going from like 12 hours to now under 9.
Yeah. How much would you say RNG factors into the JJ time now?
Well, since we
Plus
have
minus an hour or...
less than that, since we get lucky rings now, since we make early lucky rings. Yeah, we routed in early lucky rings. So the RNG is not as bad as it used to be.
Yeah, those are always one of those things where it's like, is it worth the time to route or to craft those to boost it by a little? Because crit already comes with the lucky.
Crit, we get them too now though.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, because originally JJ was only run on crit.
Mm-hmm. I was the only one who ever really ran it on beginner.
Yeah, and then it was just kind of like, well, we have 2 luckies, that's good enough. But now it's like, well, but you can get like 7, dude. You at least get like 5, right? Like,
yeah, alright, so here I'm just using Thunder and Blizzard. They die pretty quickly. The whole premise of this world is kind of just freeze the pirates.
Freeze the pirates.
Freeze the pirates.
Freeze the pirates. Freeze the pirates.
Where are you?
Okay, here I'm gonna do 2 fires. I'm gonna reposition myself, do 2 fires. And obviously, they didn't die, but it's fine because he killed them anyway. And they're dead. And they're dead. Alright, there's actually an AP boost over there, but that takes super long to get, so we're not gonna grab that.
That was one of the first ones right now.
Yeah, that was one of the first AP boosts. We were like, we need to get rid of this one. Crap. No, I literally just need to switch them. I don't need to do anything. Alright, I thought I needed to do a menu, but I don't. Okay.
We used to do the...
Yeah, we used to do a bit of a
party
menu,
attack there.
but we don't anymore.
Yeah, well, you never put Goofy on Sword back down. Or I mean, with Donald on sword type earlier.
Did he just retaliate?
I think he did.
He did. He smacked me. Nice.
Dude, a blazing stone drop.
Alright, I need these two switched. Now we're good. Okay. Alright, so here's gonna be a timed fight. I'm gonna summon Chicken Little and just try to get EXP.
Give me strength.
And there's a chest right here. I'm just gonna grab it because you need to grab. I already got synth drops, so you need to get one synth drop to get an elixir from the synth shop. But I already got some, so it doesn't really matter. But I usually walk over to this corner anyway, so I just grab it. It doesn't really matter. Alright, level 17, so that's nice. I basically want as much EXP and as much money as possible.
Yeah, so the most annoying part about the pirates is that they can sit in the shadows and all that stuff. The Chicken Little is that it's a lot easier because he just pulls them straight through it. You don't really have to really worry about it.
Yeah. I'm already out of MP, which is kind of weird, but I should be able to kill both these guys. Okay, I got a lot of EXP and a decent amount of money, so it's pretty good. How did I talk to Donald?
Twice?
Twice.
Bro.
Yeah. Alright, so here I'm gonna just go in and out of the ship hold to skip that little forced fight, or ambush fight, whatever it is.
Yeah, so it used to be debatable on which one was faster. But because of PS4 and now PS5 loads, it's just way faster to do it like this in beginner. Oh, you still run backwards.
This is not how this was supposed to go, but now it's okay. Alright, now it's lined up for me. Alright. That was a super weird start, and I'll deal with that in a sec. Okay.
Yeah, so there's two main strategies for this fight. It's one to go up straight up to the back right away, and one to the back, or to the front of the boat, which is backwards, and then go up to the back. And mainly we just rely on Chicken Little to suck them in for us.
Okay, should suck these two in.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight except for the start.
Yeah, the start was a little wonky, but then everything else worked out really nice. Alright. Now I gotta do 5 RCs and hope that the Heartless don't screw me over.
Punch me.
Don't punch me. But
Not as scary on beginner at least, but yeah, on crit, like, you can die in like 2 hits. It's not fun.
Let's go.
okay, and then we usually use Valor at the end there just to stun all the enemies, which usually works out pretty well. And there's actually the Larxene absent silhouette. We'll be back here later to do that.
Did you actually do her now?
You can, yes, but it's
okay.
not a fun time.
Yeah, so the reason we don't do it right now is because the battle level is just higher than we would want. So we come back when it's a higher level and can kill it a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm grabbing both of these AP boosts.
And then because of the tools we have, it's also just not really viable. Like, you could do it, it's just not fast.
It's a lot faster, just do it later.
You do during PRT then?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Where the hell is the illuminator? Alright, there you go.
So we kill this guy to spawn Barbosa. We let him attack Jack. We use 2 Valor combos here just because it's fast, I guess, and then freeze him over and over. Luckily, freezing him just kind of resets his revenge value, so he'll never retaliate. He'll just be stunned like this for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, pretty easy fight, but if he gets away from you and he gets into the shadows, that's when it gets a little scary.
Yeah, and then he can get into just an attack animation where he kind of has super armor and he can't freeze him at all.
Alright. This is one of the gummy missions we were talking about earlier that's a little scary, but as long as you pay attention for most of it, you should be good. But at least the music's pretty ballin'. Is it what's it called?
Road to something.
Forget. Dude, they should have included this song in Mom.
Dude, is there no other promise in Mom?
No, the other promise is, but you have to get a little farther into the story.
Oh, okay. They just don't. Okay, I was like playing Cage 2, and I'm like, where's Other Promise, dude?
Yeah, there's a little section. Well, I don't want to spoil anything for others that I haven't played it yet. Never mind.
Okay. Is it the thing that? Is it that red path that unlocks pretty late in the thing?
Yes.
Okay. It's Hazardous Highway.
There we go. Hazardous Highway. Dude, I remember when we went from PS2 to PS3 and we heard this song for the first time with the electric guitar.
It's like, oh.
Oh. Well, we've been through so much with these games, just from PS2, PS3, PS4, and now PS5. So,
Well, I mean, PS5 is just PS4.
but yeah.
Still waiting on that Luxor fix.
Like, remember it's just Trip walking up the steps. Heard some sort of loud noise.
So yeah, if you basically position yourself in the middle of the screen, this guy won't hit you a lot.
I'm gonna kill him, but you can.
You can kill him, but yeah, if you just sit in the middle of the screen and spam your dodge button, you can usually live.
Alright, I got a little scared for a second. But we're good.
So Agrabah is the first time we'll actually use Wisdom Form, and that's to level it up to level 3. The reason we want level 3 is because that gives us quick run on base Sora, so that will be our main form of movement for most of the run. All the run? Basically all the run?
Basically the rest of the run, yeah.
And the way you level up Wisdom Form is by killing a lot of shadows, or not shadows,
Heartless.
Heartless. I was about to say nobodies, and I said shadows, and I meant Heartless. And there's just a lot of Heartless in this world, so it just makes it really convenient.
Here, I'm gonna die real quick. This is one of the instances where it's faster to die on beginner.
Yeah, so one reason we want Donald on Sora attack is so he's not hitting these, and we want Goofy on party attack and not Sora attack, because Goofy will actually block all of those attacks with his shield if he's just standing next to you passively. So we actually want him attacking some target in the corner, so we can die there.
Yeah. Alright, so here we actually just got Reflect from Pete, so I'm gonna give myself Reflect. I'm gonna set Aladdin to Sora attack, and I'm gonna take his items. Oh wait, I need to use AP boost as well. That's just part of the menu.
Give me strength.
Now this is how we level Wisdom. We're gonna do these RCs to kill these 3. And then along the way we're gonna continue to kill more. Alright, so I'm gonna spawn all of these guys, kill all 4 of these, and grab this AP boost. And then out here, I'm gonna go Wisdom again and start killing some more stuff. So if I line this up right, I should be able to do a Reflect right here and kill everything. but the one obviously didn't die. But we got level 2, and that's what we want. We don't need level 2 right there. You can get level 2 and 3 in the treasure room fight, but it's just a little safer. There's a more optimal route where you kill less along the way. Okay, and then here we're just gonna guide Abu across the water.
Just do wisdom form strats on Twin Mons.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill. Yeah, let me kill both of them with wisdom, so it counts as the last EXP to level me up.
Well, you can call the small guys.
Yeah.
So we'll actually revert here, and even though we lose the drive, because we have 4 drive bars now, and we just hit enough enemies with reflect, the drive bar will go up pretty fast for us.
Yeah, you can see that when I use this one reflect. Wait a sec. When I use this reflect, it. What? All
What?
right.
When he uses this reflect, there you go.
Finally.
So these big guys can actually be pretty hard to deal with. They'll start with 2 attacks here that you can usually read, and then you just kind of react to what they do. Beginner doesn't have too much of an issue because we do enough damage, but if you have like aerial finish on here, that's actually a really dangerous attack because the animation is so long. The Fat Bandit will hit you before you can get out of the animation. So I actually don't equip that, if at all. Right here, Wyatt's gonna do a little swag. We can do a full combo to kill this first fortune teller, and then as he lands, he can use a reflect off this attack launched by the other one, and then Trinity will actually zoom him straight next to it and carry the reflect with him to hit it on that fortune teller.
And then I went wisdom again immediately because we're gonna be using it in treasure room. And then just grab that AP boost. Start off by trying to kill all those guys with a reflect, and now we're just gonna bait these guys into attacking me, so I can just keep spamming reflect.
Yeah, so all these guys count as heartless, so it's just really easy to get.
Yeah, and then there's level 3. Oh, I can't have you around again.
He's gonna switch Goofy in here so that he can use Group Trinity. If Goofy's not in the party, Trinity will actually do a different kind of limit. So he's actually gonna reflect here to try and do damage to the Fat Bandits, and then use Trinity. He's gonna need 2 parts.
I did 3 parts just for safety. Yeah.
You can, if you get a reflect right as the Fat Bandits spawn, and then reflect them as they attack into Trinity, you can actually do 1 part, but it's generally safer to do 2, and then if you really aren't confident, you just do 3. He makes sure not to step forward here because he'll spawn enemies otherwise.
Oh my god. Yeah, I only need a quick comment, okay. So I equipped item boost, quick run, and aerial spiral, and then I put comet on Donald because we're gonna use comet here.
Item boost?
Yeah, for Scar, literally just for Scar.
Oh, okay.
And for Marluxia, actually.
Okay.
That's a thing in this run, yeah.
That's an all. So we use Comet here just for a few iframes, and it also just kills all the small guys instantly. So you can move on to the second phase really easily. Fire Lord dancing around him. And then we're gonna go Valor form actually. You could break that really fast with a hit and then a finisher. And then, yeah, just stack them to their next kill. Oh, no revert comet. Oh.
Oh, I didn't do the swag, my bad.
Yeah, come on, dude.
We used to be able to kill him in one combo if Donald did a thunder, but since Donald's on Sora attack, he can't even do the thunder at all anymore.
Yeah.
Pretty good fight. Except for the weird middle part, but
So we're going to Halloween Town now. Why do we do Halloween Town after Agrabah? Is there just no reason to do it before?
I honestly don't know. I don't.
There's not. You don't get much from Halloween Town to make Agrabah faster, I guess.
Yeah.
Because all you really need is reflect, and then also it just lets you level up.
Because walking around Halloween Town will be slow.
And then so you could actually go to TT2 right now or Twilight Town 2, but we want to kill Oogie because we want Magnet. Pretty much.
Yeah,
Or, well, you have to
with
kill him
Magnet we can
eventually.
do a bunch of fun stuff.
Yeah, eventually you have to kill him for Halloween Town 2, obviously, but we kill him right now because we want Magnet. And the fight itself is like, it's slow, but it can't, you're
can't
not
really
going to
speed it
make
up,
it
yeah.
any faster.
Yeah. This is also the last Gummy mission for a little while, so we're done with auto scrollers for a bit. Normally people would probably take like a bathroom break or something during this one.
Or this is a perfect time for donation.
Let's read some donations.
What's your favorite Disney World streamer?
I look for real. Probably, well, does Space Paranoids, like, count?
Yeah, that's a Disney World. You basically pick anything that isn't Twilight Town, Hollow Bastion, or World That Never Was.
Oh yeah, it would probably be Space Paranoids, probably just because, like, the Tron is, like, one of my favorite movies.
Tron or Tron Second?
No, Tron 1982. The original is way better.
Oh, okay, I was like, that was a trip you meant like OG Tron.
Yeah,
A lot of people actually have never seen. Like,
yeah, I know. I was very surprised. A lot of people don't really know much about the original Tron. It's a very good movie. I would recommend people watch it.
Yeah, and it's crazy to me how they did the special effects back then. 'Cause, like, they had to hand paint all that onto the film.
Yeah. It still like well, it doesn't look great, but it looks like kind of cool. I don't know.
I think the CG stuff obviously doesn't really hold up nowadays, but like the actual characters in the suits, like,
they look good. Yeah.
yeah, that holds up really well. I mean, the Neutron basically looks the same.
The Neutron, the only good, it just looks really nice, but the story sucked. Like the special effects were really nice in the Neutron, but that was about it. That was like all it had going for it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I just want to summon Genie because I don't want party members here, and I'm gonna let these guys kill me. Like so.
Yeah, so Genie will actually throw a potion on you, but we barely don't get to that HP before the fight ends, so that Genie doesn't.
It just
Like,
works
it's
out like
very just
perfectly.
convenient, yeah. And the reason we summon Genie is because he doesn't attack on his own. So like Jack would be just knocking enemies around, and rather than menuing Jack to like sword attack, we just summon Genie.
Okay.
Here it is.
So I just put on Finishing Leap. We got that at the end of Agrabah. It's a combo modifier that if you hit square, you do like a little like attack into the ground. It's an AoE finisher. We're actually not going to use it quite yet though.
Right here, Wyatt actually delayed a little before he slide dashed, because if you move too fast, this box will actually jump away right away. But if you delay, he'll sit down, and you can usually get a reflect on block to do damage. Because really, just our fastest way of doing damage is reflect or limits right now, and it will just kill most random mobs.
Okay, in older routes, we actually used to buy ethers right here, but it's slow to go all like literally. It looks like the shop was right there, but it's actually slower to go over there.
Which one did you buy in Agrabah?
I bought them in Agrabah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's the difference of like 1 or 2 ethers, which don't matter.
Right, yeah, they don't matter right
until
now.
later. You can buy them later, yeah. I mean, remember, I think we actually mathed it out, and you could almost barely skip shopping at all until the world that never was, but you're off by like 2 or 3 ethers. And it just sucked.
Yeah, with like optimal strats, you were short ethers. If you use Peter Pan on a experiment, you kind of can, but it's still not like ideal to skip buying ethers.
Yeah.
Wait, oh. Okay.
So if you do this strat optimally, you can kind of skip through one of the iframe gates. And it just saves like 15 seconds. It's very finicky because if you're off by like 1 hit, it'll go through. Right here, we're just trying to get him to go straight into the green phase where he eats all the kids.
Which he did, so we're good.
Oh, you actually go. Oh, you dance call at the start. Is this the new strat?
I guess that works.
Yeah, so this is different than the strat I learned.
It's a bit of a newer strat. You do things in different orders, so you have more valor at the end instead of in the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a pretty good fight. And now we gotta go do Oogie. I'm actually gonna save warp. It saves like literally like a second.
It's not a second. It's like 3.
Is it 3?
It's like 3.
Okay.
Do I need to find the video?
Yeah, show everyone.
I'm actually just going to check, make sure I'm not lying out my butt.
Alright. Then this, we need this AP boost, and now we can fight Oogie.
Nice view from up here. That's right, away you go.
So there's a little RNG at the start of this fight, because you can do like 3 different attacks. You basically just want him to spawn the boxes, but you can like throw 2 dice, which will lose you a few seconds.
Like
But
you just did,
outside
yeah.
of this first phase, there really isn't much RNG except for like present skip, but
Which I won't be going for.
yeah, it's harder to do on beginner because they just die too fast, and we don't have drive for chicken at all. The way Crate usually does the strat is you will have drive.
Alright, I like to line it up so that you keep him as close as possible to the what is this, the front of the yeah, the front. Because you can combo him in this direction, which actually is slower. Got hit there. So they can be a little annoying emerald blues, but luckily I killed them.
It's like 5 seconds. Okay.
Was that not on the right thing? Interesting.
It was, but
It was. It just took me to the other one. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, whatever. Okay, so this phase I'm gonna just dance ball him. This is the 3rd phase. So for this phase, he's gonna. Well, actually, before that, there's a 1-frame trick here that's possible to get, but I didn't get it.
I didn't even see a light of blue there. What the? I haven't gotten it since like very early PS4.
Yeah, I don't get it very often.
I don't think it's. I don't know anyone who's gotten it recently.
Yeah, but for this phase, he basically breaks it up into 3s. So you have to do 3 different sets of RCs, and there's like little lightning that just comes down each time, and you want to avoid that. Alright, and then he can be mean here, or he can be nice. If he was mean, he can stay in the middle, or he can go to this platform, which loses a little bit of time if he goes over here.
Yeah, this was not a good RNG fight.
Not really.
Cage 2 actually has very little RNG that is, I guess I would say, completely out of your control. And Halloween Town has like 2 or 3 instances of it. Because usually like the minor RNG in fights you can react to, and strats generally avoid it happening just by their design. But like stuff like that Ogi moving you can't do, and then there's a purely RNG segment later with the presence, and it just depends on which one they spawn. So now we're going back to Twilight Town for the second time. This fight... Do you do the Trinity stuff?
Yeah, I do Valor, Genie, and Trinity.
Okay, yeah.
And then I just customize Magnet, since we just got it.
So Trinity actually has this interesting property where Trinity by itself doesn't do damage, but if you pair it with something that does do damage, for example a magnet, and you constantly hit it in and out of the magnet, the Trinity will actually do damage by proxy of the magnet, and it will also give you additional hits. So if Wyatt can do this strat correctly, this final wave will actually hit all the berserkers in and out of a magnet and just get enough damage to kill them.
Should be fine.
The positioning is quite specific here. If they're too high up or too far away, it won't be in range or be quite enough. So yeah, it looks like they were a little too high up there. But this is where this strat can get a little dicey. Generally, we'll just sacrifice 2 ethers to use a limit or reflector.
Okay.
So yeah, at its very best, that strat is probably at least 15 seconds faster than the old strat. So it's always worth going for. It's just if your magnet is a little off, because you have to wait for them to fly towards you. You can't just throw a random magnet out.
Yeah, the middle one didn't jump towards me, so everything, all my inputs were just like screwed up because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. So we just got Limit Form there. Limit Form, for anyone that doesn't know, is a Final Mix exclusive form. So America, or the Western audience, actually didn't get that until the PS3 release of this game. But Japan did have that on Final Mix for a long time. Limit Form is basically a throwback to KH1 Sora, so you get your old limits like Ragnarok, Ars Arcarum, and stuff. And it's actually really strong just because of its crowd control potential on final bosses.
Yeah, I got to do some cool movement tech there. You just jump and do 4 fires. For some reason, I guess Wisdom's fire is basically a surge, so you move forward with it.
Yeah, so the reason we use Wisdom Form here is because we just reset our anti-points, so it doesn't matter, and we're actually about to reset them again because we're about to get Master Form. So our anti-points don't matter, and Wisdom Quick Run is still faster than regular Quick Run. So it's faster to use that here.
And you could actually Valor here, and it's like basically the same speed. It's like maybe a couple of seconds slower.
Yeah, the going Valor here isn't too bad, but going Limit Form here is
It's super slow, yeah.
yeah, it's worth it for you to warp out and warp back in at that point.
I'm gonna actually drop right down here and grab this AP boost, tie it under here. Then I'm gonna take the right path in the corridors here so I can grab another AP boost. And then yeah, we, as you can see, we make it here with a bunch of drive left. Back on like PS2 days with KH2 English, it used to be kind of tight here, getting here with drive. But it's no, it's no
you would
longer a
have to
problem.
equip Oathkeeper.
Yeah, because I think you only have level 2 Valor and stuff like that.
Yeah, you would equip. The reason you go Valor is because Valor can equip 2 Keyblades, so you can put Oathkeeper on Valor, so you can keep it longer. Yeah, like oh.
Yeah.
2
it's a
English has some
whole thing.
really cool things that it does routing wise. That is just really cool. God, I wish we could play 2 English on PS5.
That would be
Like,
nice.
oh my god. 2J on PS5. Oh.
Oh, that would be amazing.
So where the block sponsor is kind of random, but where it ends up will always be pretty close relative to where it started. And you can just kind of follow it with your eyes for the most part without moving Sora, so it's not too bad. So you either have to land a combo finisher on the box, or you could just go drive. And since it's faster, we go drive.
Yep, and then now here's Master Form, which resets my anti points. And then I'm gonna skip grabbing Stitch because we didn't even need him at all.
Yeah, like you could grab Stitch just for safety. Like some people do like grabbing him in the worst case scenario, but generally runners are more than comfortable skipping him because you would only really use him on one fight, and that's core, and we have plenty of ways of doing it faster.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the fast spawn on the other way. So this first part right here is a little random. You can control it a little, but it's not too good. But then the rest of Light Cycle is actually very consistent if you do it the same way every time.
I feel like one of the like what is it, the tech moves or whatever is a little inconsistent, but because you can actually hit if you swing at these guys, it sends you flying, and if you do it at a corner, it'll send you flying. Like
Oh yeah, that type.
yeah.
Yeah, so you actually recoil off those guys when you swing at them right there, and I mean it's probably saving you quarters of a second, but
Yeah.
it's
But if you
faster. And it-
get all 3 of them, I mean, it saves like maybe a second. I don't know.
yeah, well, it's safer because it puts you ahead of the spawn points.
Mm.
So you actually like you're just barely ahead of it and don't have to deal with it too much.
I feel like that one is a little inconsistent.
Oh no, there's a way to make it consistent.
Oh. Is there a way to make the third one consistent?
No, the third
The
one.
third one's okay. All right. I thought at least
pure
one
luck.
of them was definitely inconsistent.
Yeah, no, this one is like. Yeah, good luck in this one.
Yeah, it was just there was no way.
Yeah. But yeah, so that second one, if you kill that first blue guy and just hug the wall, and then scooch over to the green guy right before the corner, he'll instantly tech or shield there, and you can tech instantly. If you get too close to him, then he'll shield. You'll have that weird gap where he's not shielded.
And I actually put Tron on Sora attack because I'll be back later for Space Paranoids 2, and I don't want him attacking.
You don't just do that when you take off auto limit.
I don't take off auto limit.
No, you're a man. You're a true man. Oh, you follow the wind here. Oh, because you guys genie and stuff.
Yeah, we genie and stuff. Yeah,
So you could Chicken Little here, and just,
it's like super
Chicken
inconsistent
Little.
though.
but yeah, it's kind of messy. Genie makes it a little nicer. And it, like, mainly it's for these, like, first 2 waves, because these waves just kind of suck.
Yeah. Now, luckily there's a bunch of guys in this corner, so I should be able to do this. And it should work. All right. Yeah, because usually that second wave is a little inconsistent, but.
Yeah.
I
and
spawn in the
if-
corner, and I just want you usually just the whole strat is just reflect, use genies with it.
So the reason we equip Follow the Wind is because it has draw on. Beginner doesn't get a draw at the start of the game, and because we pick Sword, we actually don't get draw until like level 28. So Follow the Wind just helps you out on this fight. He's trying to hit a specific HP point here, and this is just to set up for the rest of the run. I don't know about all asks, but for any percent, normally you're just trying to make sure you hit level 30 by Jafar. And I would say anything above a minute is usually pretty alright.
Yeah, the XP is the same. It's just that you get an extra 500 from Pride Lands,
Okay.
but it's just 30 for Jafar like normal. Yeah.
But yeah, like sometimes you could get like a 110, a 115 finishing timer on that, but with Chicken Little, like you could get 50s, just because it could be so slow sometimes.
I need to equip Heroes Crest and then take Tron's Ether. Alright. Last time I did a run, I forgot to do that menu, and my hostile program fight was not fun.
Ugh.
That
So
Heroes Crest makes such a difference.
Yeah. So this fight's actually a fight casually that's like just really hard to deal with because it's hard to hit hostile program. But by doing very specific attacks and hitting HP gates, we can actually beat up this guy really fast. What we're looking for is to break that pulging on hostile program because that's his HP barrier. Then we go Master Form for draw again, and then just doing combos here to get damage off. Master Form is just pretty good at that. Probably gonna do a Thunder here. Yeah, so we do a Thunder here. Part of that's just for damage to make sure we break the HP gate. And also just make sure we get enough orbs. And then we just combo here again to finish him off. But yeah, by freezing them in very specific spots, we just get free damage. Pretty easy fight for the speedrun.
Yeah, one of my favorite fights in the run. This strat has been around for years now, and it's just stayed exactly the same.
Yeah, it's just there's no. I mean, what Crate does like limit form, I think, but for the most part, like
Yeah.
the strat hasn't changed. Even to English is very similar until the end. So, we're finishing off Hollow Bastion 3 here. It's kind of Hollow Bastion 4, kind of Hollow Bastion 3, depending on how you look at it. Basically, we're finishing Hollow Bastion. This fight, we're gonna abuse Magnet a lot.
Yeah, and I actually use Trinity there.
Oh, you Trinity.
Yeah. There's a strat that it's possible to do it without an Ether, but it's super inconsistent because your Trinity has to be lined up like perfectly.
Your Trinity has to literally spawn that last wave in as
Yeah.
it's going off.
Yeah, and then I just summon Chicken Little just to make sure my drive's at 5.
Yeah, this is one of those special rooms where any drive or summon you have out is just automatically dismissed, and you get your full drive back. It's a weird quirk of the game, but it's cool. So we use Chicken Little here because we don't want to use MP, and his Magnet will keep all the dancers for us. Crit actually has a finishing plus right here, so they can just Magnet finishing leap, whereas we don't have a finishing plus on beginner. So we have to kind of rely on Chicken Little. What's he doing?
That I don't know where that guy went.
He was in the air. Oh my god.
He was gone.
So we actually dismissed Chicken Little here so that we can get drive back for damage. Trinity is just an easy way to get drive back as well as doing damage.
Yeah, now it's Demix time. So for these clones, I'm gonna do the RC down to around 30, and then I'm gonna be able to do a Trinity to take out the rest of them, and that actually racks up a bunch of hits in the Trinity.
Yeah, so hitting the clones will get you points as well as hitting Demix with the Trinity. So since there's just so many targets, we get so many hits similar to Hydra.
Okay, this is fine.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, I was a little scared. Not gonna lie.
So right here, he's gonna do a full combo into a finishing leap to pop Demix into the air.
I feel like
and he's gonna go.
all of my Trinities on PS5 have been
Yeah.
really good, but that could just be me.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, we'd have to test it. So we actually do R's Arcarum up to the last hit. We don't do the last hit because it adds revenge value and Demix will retaliate. As long as we don't do that last hit, we can do R's and then do another combo to trigger the revenge value, and then reflect the retaliation and comment to finish him off.
Alright, now I'm just gonna equip Flash Step. No. Vicinity Break and Flash Step, yeah.
So these FF fights they're not too bad on beginner. It's just a gauntlet. But Unfortunately for the speedrun, if you die during any of these fights, you have to go to the 4 demics. It's just, I guess, a poor checkpoint design on the original game's design, but yeah, we try to be as safe as possible.
Okay, for this wave, I'm just gonna bait out a Rising Sun at the start.
Again, Leon is not your best party member.
Not really.
I'd rather have you feel this. Yeah. Everyone does these fights a little differently. It's mainly just your MP management and where you want to use anchors. We will use limit form at least once or twice during these fights to finish.
Does that count as an EXP? That was the finisher. Ooh, we'll find out.
As long as you started, it should count.
We'll find out.
But yeah, so unfortunately, the way we use ours, since we don't use the final hit, it doesn't count toward limit form experience. But since we could pretty easily use limit form here without losing any time, we do so. Because you only need 3 limits to get to level 2. I can't. Yeah, it's like 3 limits.
Yeah, it's only 3.
So it's really easy, and that extra drive bar just enables
actually a
us to
decent
do
default.
search
Alright,
paths.
alright.
Yeah. Oh crap, didn't even have the Trinity at the end. So you don't have drive here. Normally we would limit form at the start. Tifa went too high. How did kind of just badass. Please don't limit, thank you. So one reason why limit form is nice here is because it just moves you around so much, the enemies never really get a chance to hit you. And using limits will heal you as well. So.
Dude, that one guy just attacked me through Cloud. Interesting. Alright, we're out of here for a bit. I'm gonna grab... Well, actually, I'm gonna set Goofy to Sora attack, equip Jackpot, and then equip Oathkeeper. Okay.
So normally we would finish
grab the
Hollow Bastion here and just do 1k. But because of the way battle levels work, we're actually going to go do Pride Lands 1 now. If we were to beat 1k, it puts the game into a state where like you've beaten mid-game, and it actually gives Scar more HP. I guess it's just the game's way of kind of balancing things so you don't shred through them too fast at the end of the game. But because of that, we will do Scar now and not later.
Yeah, and now we have the Scary Gummy mission.
And so it's interesting. So the reason why we have to do Pride Lands, even though technically we only need ASs and Sephiroth, is because to unlock Sephiroth, we actually have to completely finish Hollow Bastion, which includes finishing Space Paranoids. And then Space Paranoids is not unlocked unless you do Pride Lands and OC2 for our purposes, I think. So yeah, we have to do Pride Lands 2 and OC2 in order to get to PR2 or SP2, so that we can do Sephiroth. Too many P's.
I always mix up PL2 and PR2.
Yeah.
Alright, so my strat for this gun mission is literally just kill everything, because I don't even want to have to be worried about dying at the end. We're actually pretty lucky that we made this. Well, I'm not lucky, but we're smart for making this category not include Atlantica and Pooh, because that just makes it like a half hour longer for no reason.
Yeah, it's just I always get it confused because the original run was all worlds, all ass.
Yeah,
The all
back in the
ass
day.
part was an incentive. So it's always like in my head for some reason it's included. But yeah, technically you don't have to do them.
Yeah, because I remember
yeah.
when Riz did his first run, he did all worlds, and then like the next time I saw him doing it, he skipped Atlantica, and we were like, whoa, big brain strats here.
Cool. Yeah, because
Yeah.
So yeah, this part is the scary part. You just take a lot of damage.
Yeah, so you can't kill him. I just have to sit here and tank it out.
Yeah. I forgot about Gold Crown. So Gold Crown's like a 4-hour category you could do as well.
Yeah, it's like 430, 440.
Yeah. Gold Crown's also a pretty cool, like, intermediate long category you could do. It's a little, I would argue it's a little harder, just because the mushrooms actually take a bit of practice. Like, don't underestimate those mushrooms.
All super bosses is actually a pretty fun category, but you have to beat the game, which sucks. And then data org is actually hard when you're low level.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty fun category.
That would probably be one of those, like, fun seeds if you started, or like seed, it's not rando. Fun categories if you started like at second visits.
Oh yeah.
Because it's just like doing the first 2 hours to get to super bosses, kind of like because you kind of just don't have an option to do them really. And the issue with data org is it's just so hard that you need so much stuff. So yeah, this fight is with Magnet and Blizzard on beginners just pretty
then
easy.
Oathkeeper also, we're at like a very like specific level to where my magic stat is able to like basically break the damage floor, and we can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, we just do so much magic. In Pride Lands, we equip the highest magic keyblade, which just happens to be Oathkeeper now. I think if you're doing all worlds,
all worlds we do this
Gold
as well.
Crown,
Gold Crown you skip it, yeah.
You would do to become one, I think.
Well, Gold Crown you do Pride Lands 1 later.
Yeah, and I think to become one's your highest keyblade at that point.
Probably, I think, yeah.
But yeah, so right now we're just kind of finding Simba, so it's a lot of running.
Right now, walking.
Yeah.
It will be running momentarily. Yeah, now it'll be running. Or it'll actually be Tokyo drifting, but.
It's actually really interesting. I mean, like, this is rando knowledge, but I always find it so interesting. Like, the reason why Pride Lands is so good as the first world in rando is just that your movement doesn't matter. Like, you get the dash
you start off with the dash now, yeah.
And most of your combo modifiers don't matter except for, like, magic. So it's like, it's just the best world to start off with objectively if you can clear the first fight.
You just gotta practice that fight a couple of times. It's not that bad.
Yeah. So you run straight forward here. Talk to Simba.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his item, his ether, and remove auto limit. And then I'm gonna save warp. Because we don't want to walk across all of Pride Lands to get back over to Pride Rock.
Yeah, on PS2 you're saving like a loading zone.
Yeah, it's actually funny because this is actually one of the save warps that's faster on PS2.
Yeah, it's legitimately faster. On PS4, PS5 it's closer, but I think it is still faster. So this fight's actually pretty interesting. I struggled with this one a lot casually, but if you can actually force all the hyenas to retaliate at the same time, you can just hit them with the reflect. And because their AI is so simple, they just loop over and over.
Yeah, they don't know how to do much.
Yeah. This was one of those strats where I first saw it in a speedrun and my mind was just
Your mind is blown, yes.
Yeah, like, whoa. This fight was so hard on.
Yeah, we used to use I think Hero's Crest and just do air combos because that's all we could do.
Yeah. Yeah, because on crit it was a hard time keeping Simone and Pumbaa alive. So a lot of this fight is just kind of doing reflect on Scar. We can actually DM skip him if we can set up. Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna do this. He's gonna throw 1 ether, so he doesn't have to throw 2 later. After this finisher, he's gonna throw another ether and try to instantly get Star into.
No, I'm just gonna take this first DM and kill him after it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just take the 1 DM.
So yeah, if you can get him into the RC again, or the limit again without him going into this phase, you can actually skip the DM, but it's a little wonky to set up sometimes.
Yeah, I'd just rather take that, because if I try to do other stuff, it'd basically be an immediate double DM, which is way worse than that. So most of the time I just opt for just tanking 1 DM.
And yeah, you're just also out of MP at that point because you limit and it fails. So yeah, we're gonna go back to Hollow Bastion now just to finish that off, and then we'll go into second visits. Second visits are just a lot more fast-paced. 1, because no gummies, and 2, because we have so many tools at this point in the game that a lot of the mob fights are just like over in an instant.
Alright, this is probably the most RNG heavy fight in the game.
So he's looking for one of these robots to give him an RC. The robot can do 2 different RCs. It can do a long windup or a short one. Ideally, obviously, we want the short one so we can just keep using it. If you get a long windup, it's not too bad. There's ways to deal with it. And since we're on beginner, we're generally not too scared of dying, although it is possible. But once you do it enough, you kind of know how to maneuver. Ooh, those lasers. Okay.
Yeah. Luckily, none of them hit me. But if you tank all those, you can die on beginner. You gotta be careful.
The other issue with the lasers is that they can push you away from the robot, and because this is a PS2 game and at its core, if you're pushed too far away from enemies, they actually despawn. And there's no guarantee they'll.
No, that one's not spawning.
Yeah. So he has to kind of just kill enemies and hope a robot spawns. Because even though you see them on the screen, they're not actually really there. They're just kind of sprites. So the way this fight actually works is that it spawns in enemies behind where the camera's looking. So it looks as if there's always enemies there. That's why you see why it's spinning the camera here, because it just forces the game to think that there's more area for enemies not being spawned.
That was looking a little scary, but luckily the camera fixed it. There was a lot of lasers coming my way. Last 100, we'll see what happens here. Hopefully I don't despawn my Steve.
Yeah, despawning Steve at this point is probably the worst. I was saying like the last 250. Oh, Jesus. Because at this point the game tends to favor spawning Arbor Knights.
I'm glad I decided to do that Rising Sun, because I would have lost like 10 seconds if I tried to do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I guess sometimes help.
So yeah, so you don't want to lose your Steve, because it's just there's no real fast way to kill the Armored Knights without it.
Second visits time.
Second visits.
Riku?
So we start with Port
Just
Royal,
this feeling.
just because I guess that
What if
side's
the heart look
But Sora,
it's faster.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab Rumbling Rose.
Right,
But
Rumbling Rose.
after that, I'm gonna go to Port Royal. I don't. We get Duck Flare
Oh,
from Grim Reaper. Yeah.
but we don't really use Duck Flare to experiment. Okay. I'm just trying to think what the logic was for the old route, because we didn't use Duck Flare like in some
yeah.
final fights back then.
All right. Here I'm actually gonna use Ultima and get to see both. Wait, well, you get to see me actually do that correctly. Against the Berserkers earlier, I didn't get to do it right.
Yeah, so yeah, right there what's happening is the Ultima's hitting the enemies in and out of the magnet so fast that they're taking like micro damage to the magnet over and over, but it's also making your...
I'm not driving on Larksine. I
it
just
also
need to make sure my anti points are right.
Yeah, it makes your Trinity gauge go up faster. So the reason why we come here first is because, unlike most other worlds, for whatever reason, you get Rumbling Rose in the middle of the world here. And the Rumbling Rose is a Keyblade that has finishing plus on it, plus pretty decent stats. And just having finishing plus just opens up our options to more strats. So it's just a really good Keyblade to have at this point. We don't want to fight Zaldin yet because level 30 just makes it easier. And we'll hit level 30 by Agrabah. So coming here right after is pretty simple.
Some of my menuing is screwed up a little bit because I'm gonna need item boost again for Marluxia. Or wait, I don't think I will. That was weird. Oh, they all died. Okay. You're supposed to wait like half a second there, and I timed my first blizzard wrong. But they all died. Alright, so now we're gonna go over to Grim Reaper 1. We're actually gonna see Master Form for the first time. I'm gonna be using a combination of Blizzard and physical combos to do a lot of damage to him, and then once I get him to like a bar, 2.5 bars or 2 bars, I'm gonna use Master Form. It's around 2 bars, yeah.
Yeah, so Master Form is really cool because every hit is actually considered an air hit. Like no matter what in Master Form. And also the coolest thing about Master Form is just that the magic is modified past its base form. Like in Wisdom, the magic is pretty similar, but like Master Form really is unique. Oh, you're doing OG strats. Holy crap. So that's why we equip Hero's Crest on it, because every finisher in Master Form will always be an air hit. And then right here, he's going to just kill him. Okay.
Just kill him.
You really? Is that really the most up-to-date strat?
No,
Or is
it's
that
not.
Just what you do? Okay.
That's just what I do. You can use Comet in there and stuff.
Comet
is super finicky on Grim Reaper. I just don't like it.
So we pick up Peter Pan here. Crit sometimes, or does crit skip that in LS? I don't know. For any percent, crit and beginner can skip Peter Pan, but beginner is a little rougher because of the way we don't have item boost on. So we need more items in order to make Peter Pan skip viable. So I think we just pick it up to deal with it.
That's not what I'm gonna do, but we'll just do that. Yeah, that's a very old strat.
Speaking of old strats,
Alright, so now we're gonna fight Larxene. I'm gonna do kind of the baby strat. You can use limit form, but I couldn't get it consistent. So I'm just gonna use Comet and then Peter Pan to stun lock her. This is like the most consistent strat I've been able to come up with. It's only like a couple seconds slower than limit.
Yeah, so one interesting thing about Peter Pan when we move to PS4 is we're able to just stun lock more consistently. Because we would use Peter Pan to stun lock in some instances. But things like Lingering Will, it didn't seem to work as well on PS2.
That's not right.
So yeah, Peter Pan
okay. That's fun.
can stun lock Larxene. He can also revive you.
Yep.
Oh, this is... So right now he's trying to get it in RC to send it into Soul Mode. But Larxene isn't...
No. Kill me again. Yeah. I don't know what that was. I've never had that happen before. Like, I legitimately. I'm being dead serious.
So yeah, a lot of these fights, like, they're not easy. So the speedrun strats usually simplifies them for us. But if you aren't ready for what they can do. They will beat you up even on beginner.
There we go. So this is how it was supposed to go.
Yeah, normally you land a finisher and you'll get this RC, and then there will only be one of her, and her attack pattern change, but there's also she's not going to be teleporting. And by just doing aerial spiral and air hit over and over, Peter Pan will stun lock her in the gap between our attacks, and we can just do this over and over. You know what's crazy? They had the foresight to make these pillars transparent so you could see them while they were in the way.
And yeah, I never even realized that. Alright, so that was a little unfortunate.
So now we're gonna get the rest of the medallions. This is pretty straightforward. Just do a pretty genie. Okay. That was close.
A little close.
There's a few different strats you can do here. Genie or full ground combo into an air combo are usually pretty common.
Oh god. Alright, there we go. A little swag through that medallion. Alright, now we got Grim Reaper 2. Basically a way more in-depth version of the first one. He can do a lot more. And it's all based around this little what is this called?
Curse.
Cauldron in the center.
Yeah, so if anyone remembers the movie, having the medallions curse you, and the way that manifests in this game is Grim Reaper becomes immune to damage, basically. But he is still affected by status effects like magic. So we're able to just get the medallions out, and now we're just going to kind of beat up on him until he tries to take the medallions from the chest again. We can do the scan or reflect.
Yeah. And I'm going to do 2 thunders when I hit the ground here to get all the medallions out of him. And hopefully he doesn't land on top of them. If he didn't, then if he comes back down to the ground, I'll be able to start my stun lock on him. I'm going to use Comet and Horizontal Slash to keep him stunned. Okay, alright. Managed to keep him stunned. Now we wait out his little DM, and I'm gonna go Master Form. And if I use Thunder, for some reason it does like 4 different hits to him, and they all knock 50 or medallions out of him, or about 50. But then we're just able to knock all 800 out of them, or however many there are. 882, yeah. And then we can finish them all with Comet. Oh, that's my bad. Shouldn't have done that finisher. Solid fight though. If he breaks out of your Comet, he can start teleporting around and kind of starts doing whatever he wants to. Now it's time to throw some kids in boxes. It's kind of a normal thing. Alright, I set you to sword attack. Give me draw, and then wait, yeah, and then equip Duck Flare. We just got Duck Flare from Grim Reaper 2, and as you guys will be able to see, Duck Flare is a very broken limit in this game.
In this version of the game.
Yeah, not well, most versions of the game, but this one in particular is very broken.
Yeah, so I guess we should mention this at this point, but for whatever reason, we don't know why. The English version of the PS3, PS4 versions of this game, the duck flare just does more damage. We have no reason or knowledge of why, it just does. So running on the English version of this game is just the fastest.
Alright, now I'm making my way over to present collection. For
Present
this,
collection is...
yeah.
This fight can go really wrong really fast. Normally it's not too bad. Oh,
That was nice.
So these first 3 or 4 enemies right here, they're not that hard to do. Like, they're really easy to kill. But it's the enemies that spawn afterwards, and if they get a hold of these presents that you're trying to steal, they're really hard to kill and they're really scary. They're tombstones or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Graveyards. Those guys, they have a lot of HP and they actually hit you very hard. So we try to just avoid dealing with them by pulling everything in with Jack's Limit, which thankfully has a magnet effect, and then killing them.
We also equip draw at the start of the world to make sure that we're able to grab them, because without draw, it's like super scary. And those tombstones, they like rush right over to you as soon as they spawn.
Yeah. So this is the I guess the biggest RNG segment of the game, like pure RNG. We're looking for green or gold boxes, and hey, a gold box. And the kids will spawn and kick them away, so we have to try and hit them as fast as possible. But yeah, you could just straight lose 30 seconds here sometimes, and it's just completely out of your control. Generally, if you beat this before Barrel comes out,
Yeah, that was a pretty decent one. We got two gold boxes, which is nice. All right, for experiment, I'm gonna start off with Duck Flare, and I'm basically just gonna take him down to his first HP gate, and then I'm gonna dodge his attacks, and then put him back together. Hopefully, I have to do some weird stuff to dodge his attacks. I'm gonna bait him over here. Split them apart, and then I don't have guard on, so I gotta dodge that like that.
Oh god! Oh guard!
And then I'm just gonna summon Chicken Little and start wailing on him.
Chicken Little.
I say chicken. I always say the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm gonna summon Peter Pan.
It's similar to Lark City. He's just gonna stun lock him in between our gap and combo. Experiment's one of those fights where if you fight him normally, he's just all over the place and he does a lot of damage and he doesn't stop moving. So we're gonna reflect and then use Duck Flare in this.
Yeah. Nice fight, and paired with good presence, pretty good segment. That segment's a little weird because the presence just completely dictate how fast your split is. Now we're heading back to Agrabah.
I just think about Agrabah, and it's like, if Carpet Segment didn't exist, this would be one of the fastest worlds.
Yeah. So bulky vendors spawn right here. We don't need them in this category.
So Carpet Segment kind of sucks. There is, at least on PS3, 4 version, the acceleration kicks in faster. On PS2, you had to hold that for a long time. But yeah, carpets kind of just suck because they take away some of your combo modifiers, and whenever you add an extra plane into your combat, like, it just gets really wonky. So having a Z-axis now just really screws with it.
Kind of had to wing that as they didn't die.
Yeah, so do you still have Magnet at this point?
We have Magnera.
We have Magnera.
Oh, base Magnet here would be really
yeah,
bad.
it would be terrible.
Oh, I wish. Dang.
Oh my god, please don't lose the minigame.
I hope I don't lose.
So yeah, right, we just have to chase Jafar. So like a lot of this stuff is kind of scrollerly.
Okay, since I'm
This
not
next-
MP, I'm gonna have to horizontal slash him.
This next fight coming up is can be a little scary. It has a Crimson Jazz in it, and we saw that earlier in the Corridors fight, but we don't have limits or we don't have limits or summons at this point, so it makes it a little harder to deal with. If we do this strat right, though, we should kill all the rapid thrusters in a combo.
Oh,
then
thanks, game. You had to put him up there.
you could have saved that. And then we'll just keep everything in here in a magnet from now on. Oh my god, you're at the ceiling. and you
Yeah, I
can't-
for some reason
you
I
could've
always
finished
end
it
up at the ceiling. Yeah, that happens to me a lot. Alright, so we're actually gonna do the farthest switch first. I didn't mean to stop there, but okay. That's gonna despawn them now.
So yeah, that stopping right there usually despawns most of the enemies, so they don't mess around with you when you're trying to hit these switches. But if you're fast enough, you can just kind of YOLO it. All these switches correspond to a certain type of magic, so we're going to do that.
Yeah, the third switch is a little scary because if you miss it, this guy can hit you.
Oh, you don't go super high. If you go super high and then drop down, the Crimson Judge just doesn't spawn.
I didn't even know that. All right.
Yeah, so right here there is no cutscene.
For some
So
reason, yeah.
don't try and skip the cutscene. And then yeah, so now we're in, I guess, what we call Carpet Escape. Here it's purely an auto scroller. We just try to get as much experience as possible. We've tried to experience boost this, but because technically it's the terrain that is killing the enemies and not Sora, the game just doesn't give you the EXP boost, so it's not even worth trying. Otherwise, we would probably get a lot of experience here.
Especially
yeah,
on
as
crit.
long-
Yeah.
As long as we hit 30, this pretty insignificant on what else happens here.
Yeah, in Cage to English, you had to hit like a certain number of EXP away from 31, but in this game, you literally just need to hit 30, and that's it.
What do you need 31 for?
Strength.
Does that give you strength in
Yeah,
English?
the balancing is all messed up. Like 30,
Is that for Dalton?
31 and like 33 are both strength and or something. I don't know. It's weird. It does, yeah, it does help you for
I think it's
I forget the routing, but 31 is also a combination boost, which you need for Riku, and yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
At that point. Okay, I think it's for combo boost. I don't think it's the string. I think it's just 30 for the far for the extra combo boost. So you could have that before Riku. Could be wrong though.
I'm pretty sure 31 strength though. I don't know.
It might be. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, because all the strength increases are messed up in that game, and it's really unbalanced.
So I assume you hit 30 because I wasn't paying attention.
I did.
But yeah. 30, it just makes Jafar that much easier. Beginner Jafar is pretty, like the difference between 29 and 30 Jafar is just insane. But so this fight is pretty.
Oh my goodness. I was trying to equip Decisive Pumpkin.
Yeah, so we equipped Decisive Pumpkin here because it gives us combo boost. So now we have 2 of those, which makes our finisher stronger on ground combos. And since we're on the carpet, we are technically doing ground combos. Then this fight is pretty straightforward. We can 3-cycle him on beginner pretty easily, even if you mess up a little. But since we know exactly where the HP gates are, we can break through them easily. We've been kind of mentioning them, but there are certain things called like HP gates and HP barriers. Basically, there are certain parts in the HP bar that you can only break with a finisher or magic. And by finishers, they're usually the end of a combo attack. They're finishers because they finish things. But yeah, if you try to do a finisher into the HP gate, you will only do as much damage as the HP gate, or as where the HP gate is. So we try to break the HP gate early with like a blizzard, and then do a finisher to get full damage with it. You don't see that too often, but it's especially important in Jafar. I've explaining HP gates is really hard.
It's a weird concept.
Like it's easy if I had like pictures and I could show you as you go through them, but it's like I couldn't even explain like on Jafar where the HP gates were. Do you do Prylands 2 now, though?
I do, yeah. It gives me the accessory slot for Zold and LOD.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And you already have DP equipped, so. Or do you change that? Or do you? I don't know. Because ground combo.
I can't at this point. Star Seeker's still in Valor right now. But it saves like a second or two on Ground Shaker, but like I don't like doing the menu, so it cancels out. Alright, it's time for my hands to completely die mashing out these square combos on the hyenas. Oh wait, no, I need to go over here.
Yeah, you got to talk to the monkey.
I literally haven't done that in years. I'm mad. Alright, so for hyenas, and we're gonna like basically try to knock them up in the air, and then I'm gonna spam air combos with square on them, and they don't always like to cooperate.
Yeah, they like to jump around and scream.
Really? This guy. What?
What?
What the heck? At least that combo worked.
Hey, we did it! Yay! This is one of those fights where there isn't like a hard strat you can do because of how slippery they are. And we just don't do this fight enough that like it's pretty hard to do consistently. Or it's gonna be one of the harder fights to do consistently for a while.
Alright, and this last one. Take him out with the limit.
I'm here. It's over.
That wasn't too bad. That first guy was being really annoying, but then after that it was okay. Alright. Okay. Now we gotta walk all the way through again, yeah. Yep.
And then we're gonna do Ground Shaker. Ground Shaker is one of the... I don't know, I hate Ground Shaker. Like, by design, I hate the random fire just flying through the arena. It's not too bad on beginner, but when you're doing crit stuff, that fire hurts.
Really just an annoying fight.
On beginner, you basically like, what is it, 2 to 3 cycle him? I don't even know what the cycles
Like
are. but-
2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, basically you knock him down, he walks around, and then he jumps again, right? And then there's a pretty easy way to skip the DM if you set it up correctly, so we don't have to deal with that either.
Nah, we don't get Atlantica this run. There's no Finny fun, unfortunately, because I know we all want that.
I don't.
You don't want to hear me sing, really?
Well, I don't want to hear you sing. I don't want to take too long.
Alright, so after this RC, I'm gonna wail on his eye. Hopefully get like 3 to 4 bars of damage.
It's over.
Alright, there we go. That's what I wanted.
Oh, you got that last one.
It was hard. My hand hurts.
That one. So normally you would go up here, but since we do so much damage on beginner, he would instantly drop you down anyways. So there's no real point to it. So we're here. We're just gonna keep hitting his eye again, trying to get the flex off. Well,
Alright, perfect cycle. Good.
right. So you should be going into last phase now.
Now he's gonna jump on top of me and this fire's gonna screw me over. Alright.
This fire can legit hit you
All right.
in the middle of the ice.
It's, yeah, it's super weird. And jank.
Alright, so here he's just gonna get up to 1 HP.
One health, yeah.
He has to go into his DM, but we can go into Simba's limit right before we start. Yes. And since you're in iframes, you can't actually start it, but you can still hit him. And he just dies.
Alright, and here I'm gonna actually start Simba's limit and just spam triangle, and it's gonna take me up to his head, and I'm gonna be able to kill him. Just completely skipping his DM, which is super annoying, and he can do it as many times as he wants in a row without being open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Done with Pride Lands. We're out of there. And now I have an extra accessory slot, which means I can equip the metal before Zaldin and do a little bit of extra damage for these next 2 worlds. So I'm going to put Rumbling Rose on me, Decisive on Valor, and then give myself the metal. Because I want Rumbling Rose for the finishing plus, basically.
Yeah, so a lot of these fights you see now will be a lot of reflect and mech and finishing leap. Unfortunately for 2FM, we don't get explosion until after Space Persons 2. Or well, I guess like so we can't cannot utilize that. But finishing leap.
Like,
So
probably
right
would have been
here,
more
we're actually
optimal to
gonna
use
go-
Duck Flare, but whatever.
So we're gonna go into Valor here.
Where's the fun in this?
Same reason as earlier, we have more Keyblade, so we have more damage. And we're just going to, we can literally just dodge these attacks and just jumps.
Oh, I don't know how I didn't get the 9th one. Okay.
So yeah, we're just gonna do 9 jumps and then we're gonna go.
And he's dead.
So similar to how Trinity hits things out of Magnet, while Duck Flare is going on, as you hit the enemy, it will kind of resets the hit counter on Duck Flare, and so each rocket will do like full damage as you're hitting him. So doing something like an aerial dive will constantly reset the initial damage of Duck Flare, and it just does so much damage.
It's the same thing with your aerial spiral or your aerial dive. While Duck Flare's going off, all of the hits of that do like full damage. Because like I guess like the multiple hits of aerial spiral, the second and third one do less, but with Duck Flare it resets it so it does full. Yeah.
You're just doing
A lot of damage for no reason.
So this is not Riku. Then we just have to get him to 30 HP. We're just gonna beat him up slowly. This fight's kind of random, but on beginner it's not too bad because we just do so much damage. He doesn't really get a chance to do much. Wyatt opted to not do the second part of Trinity, that's pretty normal. He actually got the Zontet skin off and is just going to solve
Just
it
barely.
to finish him off, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll get a what is that called? Stun impact or whatever that goes off.
Ripple Drive, yeah,
Ripple
because there's so
Drive.
many rapid thrusters around you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Wisdom for movement, do a little tech right here with Reflect, it gives you a little bit of extra height.
Prevents you from having to grab that ledge. So.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna revert already, basically.
If you want to go into the next room.
Yeah, I revert as I'm going into that room. So here I'm gonna jump, magnet, and then Trinity.
Jump.
And then I'm gonna use square. I don't know, the jump delays it by a tad, and it usually makes it slightly better. This is a really bad Trinity. Okay, not too bad. That, oh yeah, I love it when that vicinity break takes out all of them.
Lag. So yeah, part of the reason we do that is it's faster and it gets us drive back. So it's just a really nice two birds with one stone kind of strat. This strat can get kind of wonky, but it's really just a lot of magnet finishing leap again. And duck flare at the end if Donald doesn't die.
The metal makes that even faster.
Oh, really? So we're gonna run straight back right here, and you valor form this?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
You kinda
valor
just
form,
shred them, basically.
you shred him. For whatever reason on PS4 as well, the spinny finisher on valor form just has an extra hit somewhere in there. So we actually just do so much damage now. And yeah, we can skip like the whole extra back part and dodge the lightning here so we can get this combo off. Yeah, as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, at this point, literally like duck flare will kill him. So we're just gonna wait for him to do his RC so we can knock him down.
We're basically just gonna start the duck flare and end it. Didn't need to do that, but
What, did you
I
slide dash?
I quick ran.
Oh, okay. I thought you slide. Like, how do you slide that? What are you targeting? Oh my god. And so yeah, that's the end of second visits. And we're. When do you do the other worlds? After Roxas?
Yeah, right now we're beelining to Roxas.
So yeah, we're gonna have our last government mission here, and then almost done with the run.
Maybe that's the so.
Or the first part of the run.
And there's something funny about.
Look, it's another.
I don't know what's going on, fellas.
Last gun mission time. Luckily. I feel like this is also like the longest one, but it's probably literally the same length as all the other ones.
This is the longest one. You're like, let me go, let me go, let me go.
Yeah, I just want to finish the game at this. Like, you're so close to the end at this point. Well, not in this run, but in any percent run. In any percent, yeah.
It's like another. Oh, it's what, like 30 minutes at this point?
In any percent, yeah, it's like 29-ish or 28, yeah.
Kind of crazy.
How fast we do it, yeah.
I'm gonna take this chance to go to the bathroom.
I wish I could go to the bathroom right now. Well, how's everyone in chat doing? How we doing right now? How far are we into the really longathon? I feel like are we like a few days in? I'm going strong here. Hope everyone's been enjoying the marathon as a whole. So normally this is the gun mission I would take a bathroom break during. This is like the last chance you get before the end of the game.
Get out of there, Sora. Get out of there. So, Star Wars and KH4?
You know, we're gonna have Baby Yoda in Star
Baby Yoda will be a summon. And you'll get the Mandalorian ship as one of your gummies. Oh my god.
Oh no.
and then you'll get the Quinjet from Avengers.
Dude, Avengers and Cage. Oh.
Dude, just like San Francisco.
It will literally be San Fran, yeah. I don't know. I think the Cage 4 is gonna have a lot of or be mostly centered around like Kingdom Hearts, like original stuff, not Disney stuff.
Do you think it'll be?
It seems like they've
Oh, well,
gotten
yeah,
to that
at that
point.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, unfortunately, it just, yeah, after KH1, it's been a slow decline of not really significant Disney stuff.
Yeah. And they've also, like, set everything up to be their own full
Yeah.
story thing now that has nothing to do with Disney.
Well, I actually haven't even watched the Remind stuff yet.
Remind, and there's also stuff in Melody and Memory at the end.
Yeah, I haven't beat Mom yet. Because I'm doing, like, everything. Like, so I'm, like, in the middle of 3D right now. I'm trying to 3-star stuff.
Oh, yeah, 3D, some of them are hard. Like,
Yeah. And then I was watching Zetris do the Cage 3 stuff. I'm like, why is this all dives?
yeah, they're all dives. It's annoying.
I get that for some of them, but I wish they still put like regular versions of the songs in for like the free mode.
Yeah. Because they did it for, like, most of the songs. They put both versions. So then for the KH3 ones, they were just like, nope, only dives.
Yeah. All right, so this is Twilight Town 3.
Yeah, it's in fact our third time here.
Or fourth.
Or fourth, maybe. Yeah, something like that. We've been here too many times.
A lot of the fights here are just big mob fights. We're gonna utilize Master Genie again. I don't know, just because he's strong. Like, I don't know, he's strong.
Yeah,
We're gonna
Magnet and
be-
Master Genie just broken.
Be incorporating the same, I guess, exploit you could call it that we've been using with Trinity and Magnet, except we're gonna be using Genie instead. And one of the big reasons is because Genie himself doesn't use MP, so we don't have to run out of MP to use a Trinity, which is nice. So the positioning on these magnets are actually quite important. The enemies have to not be in the magnet when you start the Genie limit. If they are, they just kind of take more damage for whatever reason. So he has to kind of jump away from them and keep going on. He's gonna have to manually kill this one random creature, and then he's just gonna jump on top of this and carry on. If he's lucky, he'll have to use 0.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to use one.
So not perfect, but still pretty good.
Just about. That's
I
usually
think
what I get.
if you got perfect, you wouldn't have to use that last finisher part.
Mhm.
Yeah. Alright, so next is the Axel fight. Axel fight's a lot of Magnet finishing leap again. But because you have a party members just kind of suck in Cage 2.
They
they
suck
like
in a
to
lot of
hit-
games. A lot of cage
They like to
games.
hit things away from you. So, like, Axel will just completely destroy everything in your magnet. And if he doesn't kill them, they fly everywhere, so.
Yeah, here I'm gonna do Vicinity Break to bait them. I'm gonna Reflect, Magnet, Finishing Leap, and then just Duck Flare.
Thunder would have been faster.
Or Firaga.
Or fire.
It's all good.
Shake my head.
I'm gonna start this out the same way by baiting them to attack me. For some reason, they all like to just gather around Axel after you hit them, which is weird.
Yeah, he has the aggro for some reason.
Yeah, now they're all super high up because Axel's doing his thing. Alright, should be able to reset this magnet. Just
Okay, he charged right.
yeah, at the right
Like,
time.
if he'd done that any later, you would have been screwed. So yeah, The assassins actually have a hitbox as they fall back to the ground, so you can reflect that straight into another magnet, which is really nice. So that's the end of TT3, and we're now in the world that never was. We're gonna fight Roxas. This is a Final Mix exclusive fight. That wasn't an original.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a weird all-ass loop fight. I'm gonna do like 6 loops, and then limit form.
6 loops? Why? Okay. I mean, okay. So right here we can perfectly manipulate Roxas's revenge value, so he'll always retaliate when he's in the air as we do that thunder, and then we can reflect it and then stagger him with the guard break. We'll kind of repeat this for as long as we want. Aerial spiral just to keep his revenge value high, and then we can just keep doing this over and over. As long as he never breaks out, he'll never DM us, and he'll never do anything else. A lot of these fights really do abuse the limited retaliation a boss will have when you hit their force revenge value.
Nice. There's like weird strats worth like what is it not Infinity, Ragnarok, where you like use a limit in the middle of the fight, but for all ass you need to have 5 drive at the end of the fight, or else you have to go drive an extra time in order to get final.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't. I guess it doesn't count towards the final counter if you don't have 5 drive or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So right here, he equips 2 Become 1. 2 Become 1 means you will always go anti-form or final form for the first time. And that just makes it easier because you don't have that RNG chance to get anti-form, because the way you actually get final form is by going anti a certain amount of times. Is it 7 times or whatever, and you will always get final form by that point. So this is
It's
kind
the
of
5th time.
The 5th time?
Yeah.
So this is like number 4, and
There's
it's
final.
not great RNG. But...
Alright, yeah, so I'm gonna do a menu. I'm gonna put Bond of Flame on final, and it's literally just gonna stay on final. And then here I'm gonna unequip Vicinity Break, unequip Draw, equip Fire Boost, Item Boost. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. Why am I short 1 AP? What the heck? Do I have an AP boost? No.
Where can you get an AP boost?
Well, it doesn't really matter.
So just to note, anti-form will lower your anti-points by 5, final will lower them by 10, and we can abuse that to make sure we never go anti ever again, or at least uninstall.
Did I just use an ether somehow? I don't know how I did that, but alright, it doesn't matter, my ether count's fine.
I thought you did that on purpose. I was like, okay. So we're actually not going to do Zigbar now. We're going to come back and beat him up later.
I'm gonna fight Lexaeus right now.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. I remember Riz was considering doing this after TT2. Or like, yeah, right before leaving TT2. And it
Oh
just,
yeah, it gets you the accessory slot, but that 1 extra strength doesn't save any time back really.
Yeah, not enough for how fast you can do the fight later. Really.
Yes, and I actually keep 2 Become 1 on for the magic stat.
As long as you don't go any other form that isn't final.
Exactly.
So AS Lexaeus is pretty straightforward. It's just a lot of reflecting at the right time. Fortunately, he doesn't have too much HP, so we can beat him up. Yeah, so we'll go final form here, and then we'll use final form Fire Raga. Fire Raga has the property of not having defense value, so we can actually keep in some luck in that, and then just end with the Duck Flare.
He's a pretty easy one, but he can also break out randomly, or not with that strat, but there's some other strats where he just like randomly breaks out, because his like retaliation is weird. But luckily that strat's pretty consistent. Alright, now I'm gonna go fight Vexen.
Vexen.
Yeah, take him out real quick, just because I still have 2 become 1 on. It eliminates a menu basically. Alright, so this strat is also, this is a very specific strat. I'm gonna reflect, do the guard break, and reflect this so it, and then break his thing. That should have broken it, but now this thing's broken. I'm just gonna spam some fires. And because I have fire boost on and my magic stat is high, I just do a lot of damage. And the final.
So anti-soar can be kind of an issue.
I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh, I'm gonna deal now. I meant to do some fires.
So as long as we don't let him summon anti-soar, it's not an issue. But hey, it's anti-soar.
Can you not break his shield if any sort of that?
Maybe not. Oh, you just did.
Alright, whatever. Now he's dead.
Somehow worked. That somehow worked.
Yeah. I meant to do fires before the duck flare, but I just kind of blanked for a second and was like, I'm just gonna duck flare.
YOLO. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Alright, out of there. Now we're going to do OC2 finally. And I'm also going to be able to level up final to level 2 here, which is super convenient.
Yep, so these first 2 fake cups, I guess, are pretty straightforward.
I'm just going to duck flare. That one doesn't really matter. The second one is like, it's the same as X speed to do Trinity over. You can do like Masterful. You can do so many different things here. They're the same as X speed.
Yeah. It's like the same.
It's all basically the same speed.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, and because I'm fighting Zexion, I can go Wisdom form. And it'll reset my drive before the Dusk fight. No, we want the skateboard. Yeah, because since you're going downhill, quick run is actually kind of slow. Since you have to like have a recovery animation and stuff. But skateboard just gets us real quick. All the way down here. Alright, Zexion is another pretty simple one. He has like literally like 2 bars of health.
Yeah, Zexion is probably one of the easiest AS as long as you know how to deal with them. And if you just completely skip Book World, then
That was almost bad. I meant to slide dash or flash that, whatever. I don't know why I jumped.
oh god, your final mixing.
Yeah, I'm doing weird stuff. But we killed him. Alright, now I'm gonna be able to level up final.
Do you need funnel? What do you need funnel 2 for?
Marluxia, and it just makes things better.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I magnet with final, it does that.
It does that.
I don't know. It does like damage, and then it sends them like flying towards you. It's cool. It took me a long time to figure out how to actually use Magnet correctly in final. I would always be like, "What? This isn't working. What?"
Yeah, it's like it doesn't last that long. This sucks. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh wait.
That's it.
Yeah, and then I can I can leave 2 become 1 on for this because I'm just gonna go final.
That's it. You won't stop a true hero.
This is it. Yeah.
Take that.
Donald. Yeah. Give me strength.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, the plays, dude. Oh, I thought I had him there. Dude, I thought I had him with those 2 orbs, but he just sidestepped them so quickly. Oh man.
He's a troll.
Alrighty, now it's Marluxia time. This is probably the hardest Absent Silhouette.
Yeah, he just his battle level is like basically Sephiroth. Like,
Yeah, he has so much health. So I'm gonna put Rumbling Rose back on. I want that. And then I'm gonna basically at the start I'm gonna try to bait out an RC and then duck flare and then just loop him for a while until he gets down to DM range. And then I'll probably just force the DM because it's more consistent. Alright, I should just bait out. Yeah, there we go. Right, the RC. Now I should be able to duck flare. And then you can actually fire him right in the center as he's spawning. He has like a little hitbox, which is nice. You can just catch him, dodge his attack, and then we're just gonna loop him like this for a little while until he's at about like 5 bars left. One more loop. Alright, just force the DM.
are you trying to get him? Are you just like,
Okay, wait a second, sorry. I was trying not to get DM'd again. He's weird with Peter Pan. Because I know that the Fenrir loop works on him from the rando, but Peter Pan is like weird on him. I'm pretty sure he breaks out. Now I'm curious. I want to test that again. Alright, and so that's all 5 Absent Silhouettes done. Now we just have Space Paranoids and Sephiroth to do basically. And for this little force fight, I'm just gonna do a fire combo, basically, and it should kill everything.
take your food?
Just hit buttons until everything dies.
Pretty much.
Now we're gonna fly over to Space Paranoids. I'm gonna end up losing drive, but it doesn't matter. I'll get it back from the next, like basically the next fight. And it's gonna seem like I'm gonna keep drive because but I'm gonna be on the skateboard.
Oh yeah, I can't reverse you.
Yeah. Oh wait, I should have grabbed the skateboard. Nice.
Oh my god, losing time.
Barely. It's fine. Luckily, this literally puts you in at the computer. Alright, I need to buy ethers. I need to do that right now. Alright. I'm glad I remember that. Okay. That's something I forget to do in a lot of my runs. Alright, so now I'm gonna try to like reflect, Blizzard reflect these guys or something. Hopefully they do the right thing. No. They just don't want to cooperate.
Devastators are honestly one of the worst enemies.
Okay. Those Devastators didn't want to cooperate. Alright, so now we're gonna not take off auto limit like a real man. Alright, so a very specific strat I'm gonna try to use here. No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. No, I went the wrong way. Alright, nice fight.
Nice fight.
You gotta get in that final form movement.
How hard would it be to route and glide?
Ooh, final level 3 takes a while.
Yeah, it does. You just don't put it on nobody, so. You would have to get like final before TP3. Which is not possible.
If only.
This is it. Light. Yeah. Gather. Gather. Yeah. Gather. Ha. Gather. Yeah. Okay. Gather.
Oh, I didn't even hit. Wow. Wow. I didn't mean to use that, but this is fine. Reflex would have been a little faster. Yeah, you weren't supposed to see setup, but you ended up seeing it.
Okay, it just means we won't see it during this next fight coming up.
Alright, equip Cosmic Arts. Equip Ethers. And the Elixir. And then equip Guard. Explosion and Air Combo Boost. Alright, so Sark doesn't really have that much HP.
Kind of a joke, honestly.
Why is he still alive? We'll do some Duck Flare. MCP, I'm gonna try to 2-cycle him, or like 2.5 cycle him, but I'd like stop one of the RCs early and then like run to the right. It's like a super specific strat that I'll try to show off.
Yeah. It's over. Goofy.
Yeah.
Back in the game.
Back off. Let's go. This is it. It's over. It's over. Run.
Back in the game.
Take this.
So if I cut this RC a little bit short, like right about there, you should be able to run over here. And get back in here to get an extra cycle in before he revives Sark. Cool. Now we're set for the 2-cycle.
Level 4.
Level 4 Valley. Now it's gotta wait around for Sark to get back up.
Yeah, when you're in phase 2, basically, you know, you're in phase 2 when you see the lasers out of the wall. Sark will do this RC for you by putting up a wall if you're far enough away. Makes it really easy to get or just deal with.
Alright, and now we should be dead. Okay. Reaction boost does not increase your damage here. In this game it doesn't. It's solely based on your strength stat.
And then there's just such a small damage cap that it's like it doesn't matter what your strength is after a certain point.
It's like 37, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty low. Alright, I'm gonna final and we're gonna fly down to Sephiroth. See, I gave myself the elixir just for safety. And then
Do you think Sephiroth or Lingering Will is harder?
Lingering Will's way harder.
Okay.
Sephiroth, oh, well, I'm not gonna say that right now.
Chicks get. Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's like Lingering Will is harder because even though because the reason why Sephiroth is harder is because you don't have Donald and Goofy, so you lose a lot of your like forms and magic and stuff.
Mhm.
But Sephiroth is fairly predictable. Like he only really does 2 to 3 things until phase 3, so like you can usually.
Yeah, until you get to the 3rd phase, he doesn't really do much.
Show me.
But like 3rd phase on level 1 is no joke.
Yeah, it's not a joke, but
Yeah.
it's like Lingering Will can just do so many different variations.
Alright, so I'm just gonna loop him at the start with just reflect, guard break. And you can do this for the entire 1st phase, which is about until he's like down like 4.5 bars or something like that.
Back off. This is it. Yeah, back off. Back off.
Give in to the dark.
Nope. I don't know how that happened.
Take this. Yeah, back off.
No, oh my god. Okay, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, back off. Let's go. It's over.
Now last phase.
All shall be one.
He just shredded him on the beginning.
Okay.
Perish now.
Please, no, please don't do this to me. Okay, we're fine.
Are you keeping your wall or back to the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason he's keeping his back to the wall is because it prevents Sephiroth from just like
Alright.
blindsiding you. So he makes sure he can land the finishers and stuff.
A little sketchy.
Beginner.
And now I'm limit form, so my movement's super slow.
Oh my god. The roll of shame.
Oh. Alright, now we have the final stretch at least. Time for final fights. Not final fights, but end game and then final fights. Alright, Zigbar.
Is your strat different?
It's like slightly different than the normal strat just because of air combo boost. But like, basically gonna.
Fortunately, Duck
yeah.
Flare is so strong that a lot of
It doesn't
strats
matter.
don't
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of these strats are focused around hitting certain HP barriers while using Duck Flare. He goes Valor here just to refill his blue bar and get a little extra damage in, so he can use another Duck Flare without Ethers. And then from here, kill him really.
Yeah, Duck Flare is strong, and the air combo boost makes it even easier because you get a little bit of extra damage in there. And now Luxord is kind of one of the worst fights in the game, just because one of like the main mechanics of the fight doesn't work correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately. So when this version first came out, a lot of the physics were kind of broken, and then they fixed it, and they also updated a lot of things to 60 FPS rather than 30 FPS. But when they did that, they actually broke the way Luxor card works. Like they just kind of get stuck.
If you get super lucky, they might
Yeah.
come over. But yeah, they usually just get stuck, and you can't like loop them correctly.
So a lot of the old loop we used to use on PS2 doesn't work anymore. So this fight's a little random, but if you get good RNG, your fastest fight is still the same. It's just this fight has a lot more potential to lose time. I'm kind of always wanting to do minigame because we can reflect more. Alright, I forgot you have an explosion. That changes.
It's just alright, now that there's no cars, I should be able to loop them. But yeah, explosion makes it weird. And now I'm gonna do this. He doesn't want to cooperate. He's not. Yeah, he doesn't want me to loop him. There we go. There we go. Oh. That time it worked. That's how it's intended to work, but it doesn't always. Oh, wow, that was a nice whiff. Oh.
So right now he's going for DM skip. He's going to do 2 Trinities because it'll keep him staggered. And then he's going to go limit form. Going to throw an Ether for the triple R's. And then, like we mentioned way long time ago, is that not doing the last set of R's will hit his event value, so he can just keep doing this.
That was almost bad. He almost hit me at the last possible second.
And Slapshot is actually the fastest attack in the game in terms of like coming out, so you could actually keep bosses staggered after certain attacks.
I am out of ethers. That's.
Do you feel it? The moon's power.
I'm gonna have to nail this strat or else I'm getting DM'd.
Moon, shine down.
So use the Claymore just to break him out like normal, and then Magnet and charge and Duckfire.
Take this. Right.
We're gonna go into a form where we get a little damage off of the Reflect and fill our MP.
Gather.
So much damage.
Oh no.
Back off. Back off.
No.
So unfortunately a little short on damage.
Alright, we're fine.
Back off.
I misjudged you.
It's over.
If I had a heart.
Alright. Since I was prepared to take it, it was okay. Now I'm gonna have to take Riku's ethers.
Would you not normally take those?
Nah, you don't usually need them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Light.
Oh,
Oh,
the roll of
no.
shame. The roll of shame.
Donald was at the party.
Well, normally I don't have enough drive to go limit in a normal run. But because of that fight being all messed up, yeah. And because, oh, I also have extra drive because of all last, but.
So with Combo Master, we can actually do this pretty cool.
I don't have slaps up on, never mind.
What?
Because I was short that 1 AP. I didn't fix my menus after.
Oh no. Well, normally, with Combo Master and Slapshot, we can do this thing where we reflect, Slapshot, reflect. And what that does, it actually lets the first reflect trigger its, I guess, effect when it takes damage. And then we Slapshot to reset that, and then do another reflect to do it twice, rather than only once.
If you start your reflect early enough, you can do it without slap shot, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of jank.
Give me strength. Back off. It's over.
This is not enough damage. Ah. I meant to do another Zantetsuken. But luckily I have 3 drive, so this isn't the end of the world. In an 80% run, you'd have 0 drive right now, which is really bad going into endgame or final fight.
Yeah, you're done.
Alright, so I'm actually gonna put on Decisive Pumpkin and take off Guard Break. The Combo Master and the extra strength is pretty nice. And since you have explosion, you can kind of do everything without a second finisher.
Yep. Most things in end game don't like
Let's go.
have enough HP anyways to like utilize it.
I only have 2 ethers, so I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this.
Do you have the elixir? You use it.
I used it on Sephiroth because I almost got demolished. So, get rid of creepy.
I mean, I guess you could chicken little core.
Probably what I'll do.
And then you could take the death at the start of Final Semnus for MP. Like just MP charge on him too.
We'll see. Let's see what I do.
Gather.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, take this. It's over. Let's go.
Summon you. Yeah, I should do that. Our best bet.
Back off. This is it. Yeah. Take this. This is it. Back off.
Why can you not stay on the ground? Bro? So normally I'd use Genie here, but for my lack of ethers, this is just the best option.
Yeah, like a chicken little. Or I mean Stitch.
Yeah.
I mean, since you have explosion, chicken little's not too bad. No explosion makes it kind of rough.
The explosion is pretty nice. Yeah, here I'm just gonna do some combo. I'll reflect. Combo. Chicken Little, like, he makes that fight weird, but I just wanted to stun lock him, basically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chicken Little used to be a strat, so.
At one point, I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is just an auto-scroller. Yay! Basically, it's going to reflect everything back into him, and then knock all of the big heartless back into him too.
Oh. Dude. I was looking at this and on PS5, it's actually really hard to get to the button assignment thing, so I can't do my strat where I change the JP controls for.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. You can't just switch it without.
It's all like right there.
So that's kind of unfortunate. They like literally leaves the game.
Literally can't do dragon fast
like how we knocked both the wings off and it just keeps flying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save this Mega Laser for the last wing. A little faster. So now I can just literally knock the wing out right away. And that guy gets stuck around the play. Luckily this isn't crit.
Yeah. Good thing this is all ass for you. All that HP.
I have all that HP. Yeah, time is soon. We should have mentioned that.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah.
he still got 2 fights.
There should be a building somewhere around here. For me to, alright. I just kind of wing it every time, and at this point I just know where it's gonna spawn, and I'm just like, it should be somewhere around here. Nope. Oh, that wasn't good enough. I screwed up. I didn't hit X soon enough. I messed up the build, the swag build. But luckily there's another building right there for me. Alright, I have an ether, I think? I have enough MP either way, but you know.
I guess, yeah. More MP.
Okay, this is the last fight. And
Time will be after the laser dome.
yeah, after the big ol' minute-and-a-half cutscene. So we're gonna start out with Reflex because he's gonna grab me and start doing his zombie thing.
Yeah, the
Did I
game
hit
wants you to just
What?
just wants you to mash targets, but you can actually just do heavy reflex that do damage. These are actually timed pretty specifically.
I took the RC on purpose because I didn't want to die.
So here we're just gonna try and get him to right around 4 bars. Right around 4 bars is we'll switch into the interface, but if we can do enough damage, we can just skip it.
No, I need to take lasers. I don't have an ether, so. Oh, God.
So we get him just under a 1 HP bar, he'll go into laser.
He's right there. He's at the health.
Oh no.
Alright, there we go.
Okay. So
Not
unfortunately,
not time quite yet. We got this little cutscene. It's like a minute and a half long.
fortunately we can't skip this in a normal run. And there is a final input, so we actually time on when you actually kill him. Even though he's basically as good as dead at this point. As long as you don't have your controller turned off.
Shout out
Fun
to shit.
fact, that, yeah, that does happen. Oh, you might be okay because you're on beginner, but he was not on beginner.
Was it standard?
No, I think he was doing a crit run.
It was all worlds, and he was like 8 hours in, and then he
Yeah.
died. He died to the
died
final
in the
fight
final fight.
because his controller died. Oh, what a time! What a time! Alright, so time is almost coming up.
I guess I'll let you call it.
Riku.
Ragnarok finish. Do you want me to do it? I can do an R's finish. Alright, time's coming up. I'm gonna do a fancy ending though.
Give me strength. Like this. Yeah.
Really?
It's over.
Alright, time. Time. It didn't work.
But you hit him in the ass. Yeah, that's all ass.
That's all ass. Alright, now we gotta do some data org. Let's reset this and load up my save file. So beginner data org, it's beginner level 99 data org. It's probably around, the world record on PS4 is like 11:52 or so. It's like it's under 12 minutes. I'm not gonna be that fast because I don't know all of the super optimal strats. But hopefully I cut estimate.
So unlike level 1 data or you kind of do a lot of damage on 99, especially when you're beginner. So a lot of the basic idea behind the strats are the same. You loop them in the same way for the most part. You still go for certain HP barriers, but you're able to just kill them so fast. You're able to, like, some of them you kill in just final form.
Yeah, some of the fights are literally like 15 seconds long. Alright, so I don't know if we want to have another timer going for this. But the time is going to start after I skip the first cutscene for the first fight. So my stats right now are all 80. My strength and magic are both 80. That's the highest damage you can do here. And then I'm level 99, and I have a bunch of abilities equipped. A bunch of abilities, yeah. So basically, I'm just gonna kill all 13 of them, and time's gonna start from when I skip the cutscene for this fight. All right, so I'll just count down 3, 2, 1, go. So I'm gonna do a really specific combo here. I'm gonna do a thunder, blizzard, fire, and then pop an elixir just for timing, basically. And then I'm gonna do a reflect, slapshot, reflect.
Yeah, so this sets up to stagger him right as he comes out of the ground there to force him to and that just lets us pop him in the air so that we can lose.
Yeah, and then you can just final form frog and kill him.
It is to note, he did have to boost the stats a little to reach the damage cap. Level 99 on its own will not get there. Normally for level 1 we don't allow this or allow that because it kind of ruins the spirit of the category. But since it's level 99, we just let you go ham with it. You do also generally farm mega elixirs for these fights. Just because it heals all your HP and MP and your party members, so right there he actually did a Zamtet skin through Roxas's attack and you saw it did like 2 bars of damage or whatever. So you just really melt them on beginner.
Alright, so that's 2 down. Now I'm gonna do Larxene. Larxene can be annoying if she doesn't I want that set on final. If she doesn't like react the correct way, but
Larxene's actually one of those fights that's really interesting because you can almost do too much damage initially and it just ruins the
just be able to kill her.
Yeah, and as long as he does the fires correctly and like doesn't drop an input, they should just never break out. Like Final Form Fire Hog is kind of just broken, especially at 99. Normally you can't abuse it that much because you don't do enough damage, and you'll eventually have to revert. But
Yeah, this fight I'm not as good at, so I can't do that.
I know. So in the level 1 category of this, we can actually RNG manipulate from a from a straight save file without playing the game, so that we actually know exactly where the circles will land every time we start the minigame. That is consistent up to a certain point. So we can actually start the RC and then instantly finish it. Unfortunately, Wyatt did not do our doing it to find out a little more. But because it's not like that, it's still pretty easy.
Alright, DM skip. Good. Alright, next up is Axel. Axel's a little finicky because you have to do his RC in order to actually kill him. And I also don't have Blizzard customized, which makes it a little harder to do this fight correctly.
Come here, I'll make it all stop.
I just elect to do it immediately and just use the limit at the end to kill him. Alright. So yeah, some of these strats aren't like super optimal, but they're pretty quick. As you can see, they still die in like a couple of seconds. Alright, so I'm gonna do Zigbar. Zigbar, I'm really bad at. The strat is basically you do like one final form combo and you just stagger him the whole time, but I'm not
It doesn't work as well on PS4.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. That's not what I wanted to happen. Alright. So basically you need to have them get hit by 2 sets of lasers and they'll stagger. Is it 3? And that's actually the first time I've ever DM skipped him.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
So you could just do 2 full Final Form combos.
Yeah.
Normally you would reset the combo or just Berserk charge him, but Berserk charging is actually one of those things that you can't cheese. You have to just be good at it.
Where's the fun in this?
And then this one, I'm going to start off with a reflect into horizontal slashes. And then here I'm going to guard him, or he's just going to do that. Alright. I wasn't expecting to do that. So I'm just gonna do this.
Gonna do jumps now.
Yeah, and then if I can do the combo right, I'll be able to kill him with final, but he'll probably DM me. There's just a high chance of that. Or we're gonna do that. This is fine. I should be able to kill him. I got really lucky.
You got lucky, yeah.
All right. So those are probably my 2 worst fights out of the way, so that's good. Aside from probably like Demix or Vexen, but alright, so now it's time for Xemnas, and we're gonna have to sit through that 1.5-minute cutscene again after we kill him. But this is Xemnas 1 again.
Now you get to see Slapshot. Oh, you double recall. So yeah, if you do that correctly, you can get like 5 reflects off that do damage. And it's just ridiculous amount.
Oh no. Okay, we're taking the building RC, I guess. That's unfortunate.
That's
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. So we gotta take this DM. That's kind of like the biggest thing about these categories is that like if you make one wrong move, you just get DM'd.
yeah. One mistake is punished very
Yeah.
hard.
Especially level 1, where one mistake you just die. There's Ragnarok. Okay, now we have Xemnas Part 2. If he gives me good RNG, I can just do a couple of reflect, slapshot, reflect combos and kill him, but we'll see what he gives me. This is fine.
Oh, you triggered before.
I wish I had to get through these. SRC, these RCs again. I'm pretty sure that some people used to like do this fight last, just because it had this cutscene at the end, so it was like normal.
Well, we did the fight last because it was like it felt right.
that too, yeah,
boss.
yeah.
And then we just found out that because we could RNG manip parts of the fight, that it was faster to do it orally because it made the last fight consistent. And then, so yeah, that took out RNG in the run.
Yeah, the level 1 data where there's a lot of RNG manipulation, which is something that makes it really hard. I don't know how it keeps defaulting it to be there. But yeah, Thunder doesn't work on him, so you have to use a limit. Let's do Zexion. So Zexion, we're gonna try to avoid Book World. That's the goal. Alright, now we're final. Catch him. Alright, there we go. Now we're okay. Alright, we should be okay. The one thing you don't want to do is knock him into the air with like an elixir or something, because he'll immediately just book world you. I learned that the hard way earlier today. I was practicing. I was like, oh, that did not mean to do that. And then Vexen, there's a very specific strat that you can use to DM skip him that I'm gonna go for. You have to line his HP up like basically perfectly. Now he's DMing. Alright, so we're gonna take DM. There's nothing else we can do at this point. So I'm just gonna duck flare twice to just high frame this whole thing out. Actually, now I'll final. That's fine. He has a very, very specific HP gate for his DM, and if you hit it, he just DMs immediately. So there's 3 more fights. Lexaeus is super duper simple. I'm literally just going to use the RC and then final form him. I'm just going to do a couple of hits just for extra damage. And now we final form him. And guess what we're using on sides? Final form.
What?
Might even use final form a little bit on Demix. You never know.
Do you feel it? The moon's power.
Moon, shine down. Light.
He's dead. And Demix is the last fight. This one's a little finicky because of clones and water clones and stuff. And you have to get him like positioned correctly. But it's the last fight. Final form for dinner again? The basic premise of most of this is just using duck flare and fire.
Demix is probably one of the last big RNG fights in the run. Like, this fight can make or break a run by, like, I don't know, at least 15 seconds. So, can't do much about that.
Wisdom. Goofy, I'm gonna need you to use an elixir on me, bro. Goofy. Alright, Goofy, guess we're not in business here. Alright. And for this 99 one, I'm gonna spam duck flare and fire. Alright, that's time. Not too bad. That was actually one of my better data org runs. Like even though most of them die like super quickly, there's a couple of them that are actually still pretty hard to execute correctly, like especially Vexen. Alrighty, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I always love playing some all ass. The new run is ready? Alright. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, and hopefully I'll catch you guys at another really, really long-a-thon.